You're here to see Arsène Lupin pull off the impossible, and that's exactly what you'll get. We're unraveling the extraordinary adventures that cemented his legend. How does a gentleman-burglar repeatedly outwit everyone, steal the unthinkable, and vanish without a trace? We're talking about the tales where Lupin doesn't just commit crimes, he performs art. But what drives this master of disguise to such audacious feats, and how does he always stay one step ahead? Join us as we dive into the genius of Maurice Leblanc. Get ready to be amazed by the true brilliance of Arsène Lupin. If you're captivated by cunning and mystery, give us a like, share your favorite Lupin moment in the comments, and subscribe for more literary deep dives. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Traveller. The evening before, I had sent my automobile to Rouen by highway. I was to travel to Rouen by rail, on my way to visit friends who live on the banks of the Seine. In Paris, a few minutes before the train started, 7 gentlemen entered my compartment. 5 of them were smoking. No matter that the journey was a short one, the thought of travelling with such a company was not agreeable to me, especially as the car was an old model without a corridor. I picked up my overcoat, my newspapers, and my timetable, and sought refuge in a neighbouring compartment. It was occupied by a lady, who, at sight of me, made a gesture of annoyance that did not escape my notice. She leaned toward a gentleman who was standing on the step, and was, no doubt, her husband. The gentleman scrutinized me closely, and apparently my appearance did not displease him, for he smiled as he spoke to his wife with the air of one who reassures a frightened child. She smiled also, and gave me a friendly glance as if she now understood that I was one of those gallant men with whom a woman can remain shut up for 2 hours in a little box, 6 feet square, and have nothing to fear. Her husband said to her, "I have an important appointment, my dear, and cannot wait any longer. Farewell." He kissed her affectionately and went away. His wife threw him a few kisses and waved her handkerchief. The whistle sounded, and the train started. At that precise moment, and despite the protests of the guards, the door was opened, and a man rushed into our compartment. My companion, who was standing and arranging her luggage, uttered a cry of terror and fell upon the seat. I am not a coward, far from it, but I confess that such intrusions at the last minute are always disconcerting. They have a suspicious, unnatural aspect. However, the appearance of the new arrival greatly modified the unfavourable impression produced by his precipitous action. He was correctly and elegantly dressed, wore a tasteful cravat, proper gloves, and his face was refined and intelligent. But where the devil had I seen that face before? Beyond all possible doubt, I had seen it, and yet the memory of it was so vague and indistinct that I felt it would be useless to try to recall it at that time. Then, directing my attention to the lady, I was amazed at the pallor and anxiety I saw in her face. She was looking at her neighbour. They occupied seats on the same side of the compartment, with an expression of intense alarm. I perceived that one of her trembling hands was slowly gliding toward a little travelling bag that was lying on the seat about 20 inches from her. She finished by seizing it and nervously drawing it to her. Our eyes met, and I read in hers so much anxiety and fear that I could not refrain from speaking to her. "Are you ill, madam? Shall I open the window?" Her only reply was a gesture indicating that she was afraid of our companion. I smiled, as her husband had done, shrugged my shoulders, and explained to her, in pantomime, that she had nothing to fear, that I was there, and besides, the gentleman appeared to be a very harmless individual. At that moment He turned toward us, scrutinized both of us from head to foot, then settled down in his corner and paid us no more attention. After a short silence, the lady, as if she had mustered all her energy to perform a desperate act, said to me, in an almost inaudible voice, "Do you know who is on our train?" "Who?" He. I assure you." "Who is he?" "Arsène Lupin." She had not taken her eyes off our companion, and it was to him rather than to me that she uttered the syllables of that disquieting name. He drew his hat over his face. Was that to conceal his agitation, or simply to arrange himself for sleep? Then I said to her, "Yesterday, through contumacy, Arsène Lupin was sentenced to 20 years' imprisonment at hard labour. Therefore, it is improbable that he would be so imprudent today as to show himself in public. Moreover, the newspapers have announced his appearance in Turkey since his escape from the Santé prison. But he is on this train at the present moment," the lady proclaimed, with the obvious intention of being heard by our companion. "My husband is one of the directors in the penitentiary service, and it was the station-master himself who told us that a search was being made for Arsène Lupin. They may have been mistaken. No, he was seen in the waiting-room. He bought a first-class ticket for Rouen. He has disappeared. The guard at the waiting-room door did not see him pass, and it is supposed that he got into the express that leaves 10 minutes after us. In that case, they will be sure to catch him, unless, at the last moment, he leaped from that train to come here, into our train, which is quite probable, which is almost certain. If so, he will be arrested just the same, for the employees and guards would no doubt observe his passage from one train to the other, and when we arrive at Rouen, they will arrest him there. Him? Never. He will find some means of escape. In that case, I wish him bon voyage. But, in the meantime, think about what he may do." "What?" "I don't know. He may do anything." She was greatly agitated, and truly the situation justified, to some extent, her nervous excitement. I was impelled to say to her, "Of course, there are many strange coincidences, but you need not fear. Admitting that Arsène Lupin is on this train, he will not commit any indiscretion. He will be only too happy to escape the peril that already threatens him." My words did not reassure her, but she remained silent for a time. I unfolded my newspapers and read reports of Arsène Lupin's trial, but as they contained nothing new to me, I was not greatly interested. Moreover, I was tired and sleepy. I felt my eyelids close and my head drop. "But, monsieur, you are not going to sleep." She seized my newspaper and looked at me with indignation. "Certainly not," I said. "That would be very imprudent." "Of course," I assented. I struggled to keep awake. I looked through the window at the landscape and the fleeting clouds, but in a short time all that became confused and indistinct. The image of the nervous lady and the drowsy gentleman were effaced from my memory, and I was buried in the soothing depths of a profound sleep. The tranquillity of my repose was soon disturbed by disquieting dreams, wherein a creature that had played the part and bore the name of Arsène Lupin held an important place. He appeared to me with his back laden with articles of value. He leaped over walls and plundered castles. But the outlines of that creature, who was no longer Arsène Lupin, assumed a more definite form. He came toward me, growing larger and larger, leaped into the compartment with incredible agility, and landed squarely on my chest. With a cry of fright and pain, I awoke. The man, the traveller, our companion, with his knee on my breast, held me by the throat. My sight was very indistinct, for my eyes were suffused with blood. I could see the lady, in a corner of the compartment, convulsed with fright. I tried not to resist. Besides, I did not have the strength. My temples throbbed. I was almost strangled. 1 minute more, and I would have breathed my last. The man must have realized it, for he relaxed his grip, but did not remove his hand. Then he took a cord, in which he had prepared a slip-knot, and tied my wrists together. In an instant I was bound, gagged, and helpless. Certainly he accomplished the trick with an ease and skill that revealed the hand of a master. He was, no doubt, a professional thief. Not a word, not a nervous movement, only coolness and audacity. And I was there, lying on the bench, bound like a mummy. I, Arsène Lupin. It was anything but a laughing matter, and yet, despite the gravity of the situation, I keenly appreciated the humour and irony that it involved. Arsène Lupin seized and bound like a novice, robbed as if I were an unsophisticated rustic. For, you must understand, the scoundrel had deprived me of my purse and wallet. Arsène Lupin, a victim, duped, vanquished. What an adventure! The lady did not move. He did not even notice her. He contented himself with picking up her travelling bag that had fallen to the floor, and taking from it the jewels, purse, and gold and silver trinkets that it contained. The lady opened her eyes, trembled with fear, drew the rings from her fingers, and handed them to the man as if she wished to spare him unnecessary trouble. He took the rings and looked at her. She swooned. Then, quite unruffled, he resumed his seat, lighted a cigarette, and proceeded to examine the treasure that he had acquired. The examination appeared to give him perfect satisfaction. But I was not so satisfied. I do not speak of the 12,000 francs of which I had been unduly deprived. That was only a temporary loss, because I was certain that I would recover possession of that money after a very brief delay, together with the important papers contained in my wallet, plans, specifications, addresses, lists of correspondence, and compromising letters. But, for the moment, a more immediate and more serious question troubled me. How would this affair end? What would be the outcome of this adventure? As you can imagine, the disturbance created by my passage through the St. Lazare station has not escaped my notice. Going to visit friends who knew me under the name of Guillaume Berlat, and amongst whom my resemblance to Arsène Lupin was a subject of many innocent jests, I could not assume a disguise, and my presence had been remarked upon. So, beyond question, the commissary of police at Rouen, notified by telegraph and assisted by numerous agents, would be awaiting the train, would question all suspicious passengers, and proceed to search the cars. Of course, I had foreseen all that, but it had not disturbed me, as I was certain that the police of Rouen would not be any shrewder than the police of Paris, and that I could escape recognition. Would it not be sufficient for me to carelessly display my card as depute, thanks to which I had inspired complete confidence in the gatekeeper at St. Lazare? But the situation was greatly changed. I was no longer free. It was impossible to attempt one of my usual tricks. In one of the compartments, the commissary of police would find Monsieur Arsène Lupin, bound hand and foot, as docile as a lamb, packed up, all ready to be dumped into a prison van. He would have simply to accept delivery of the parcel, the same as if it were so much merchandise or a basket of fruit and vegetables. Yet, to avoid that shameful denouement, what could I do, bound and gagged as I was? And the train was rushing on toward Rouen, the next and only station. Another problem was presented, in which I was less interested, but the solution of which aroused my professional curiosity. What were the intentions of my rascally companion? Of course, if I had been alone, he could, on our arrival at Rouen, leave the car slowly and fearlessly. But the lady— as soon as the door of the compartment should be opened, the lady, now so quiet and humble, would scream and call for help. That was the dilemma that perplexed me. Why had he not reduced her to a helpless condition similar to mine? That would have given him ample time to disappear before his double crime was discovered. He was still smoking, with his eyes fixed upon the window that was now being streaked with drops of rain. Once he turned, picked up my timetable, and consulted it. The lady had to feign a continued lack of consciousness in order to deceive the enemy, but fits of coughing, provoked by the smoke, exposed her true condition. As for me, I was very uncomfortable and very tired, and I meditated, I plotted. The train was rushing on, joyously, intoxicated with its own speed. Saint Etienne! At that moment, the man arose and took 2 steps toward us, which caused the lady to utter a cry of alarm and fall into a genuine swoon. What was the man about to do? He lowered the window on our side. A heavy rain was now falling, and by a gesture, the man expressed his annoyance at not having an umbrella or an overcoat. He glanced at the rack. The lady's umbrella was there. He took it. He also took my overcoat and put it on. We were now crossing the Seine. He turned up the bottoms of his trousers, then leaned over and raised the exterior latch of the door. Was he going to throw himself upon the track? At that speed, it would have been instant death. We now entered a tunnel. The man opened the door halfway and stood on the upper step. What folly! The darkness, the smoke, the noise, all gave a fantastic appearance to his actions. But suddenly the train diminished its speed. A moment later it increased its speed, then slowed up again. Probably some repairs were being made in that part of the tunnel which obliged the trains to diminish their speed, and the man was aware of the fact. He immediately stepped down to the lower step, closed the door behind him, and leaped to the ground. He was gone. The lady immediately recovered her wits, and her first act was to lament the loss of her jewels. I gave her an imploring look. She understood, and quickly removed the gag that stifled me. She wished to untie the cords that bound me, but I prevented her. No, no, the police must see everything exactly as it stands. I want them to see what the rascal did to us. Suppose I pull the alarm bell? Too late. You should have done that when he made the attack on me. But he would have killed me. Ah, monsieur, didn't I tell you that he was on this train? I recognized him from his portrait, and now he has gone off with my jewels. Don't worry. The police will catch him. Catch Arsène Lupin. Never. That depends on you, madam. Listen. When we arrive at Rouen, be at the door and call. Make a noise. The police and the railway employees will come. Tell what you have seen, the assault made on me and the flight of Arsène Lupin. Give a description of him. Soft hat, umbrella, yours, grey overcoat. Yours, she said. What? Mine? Not at all. It was his. I didn't have any. It seems to me he didn't have one when he came in. Yes, yes. Unless the coat was one that someone had forgotten and left in the rack. At all events, he had it when he went away, and that is the essential point. A grey overcoat. Remember. Ah, I forgot. You must tell your name, the first thing you do. Your husband's official position will stimulate the zeal of the police. We arrived at the station. I gave her some further instructions in a rather imperious tone. Tell them my name, Gentleman-Burglar. If necessary, say that you know me. That will save time. We must expedite the preliminary investigation. The important thing is the pursuit of Arsène Lupin. Your jewels, remember. Let there be no mistake. Gentleman-Burglar, a friend of your husband. I understand. Gentleman-Burglar. She was already calling and gesticulating. As soon as the train stopped, several men entered the compartment. The critical moment had come. Panting for breath, the lady exclaimed, "Arsène Lupin! He attacked us. He stole my jewels. I am Madame Renaud. My husband is a director of the penitentiary service. Ah! Here is my brother, Georges Ardel, director of the Credit Rouennais. You must know." She embraced a young man who had just joined us, and whom the commissary saluted. Then she continued, weeping, "Yes, Arsène Lupin. While Monsieur was sleeping, he seized him by the throat. Monsieur Burglar, a friend of my husband." The commissary asked, "But where is Arsène Lupin?" "He leaped from the train when passing through the tunnel." "Are you sure that it was he?" "Am I sure? I recognized him perfectly. Besides, he was seen at the St. Lazare station. He wore a soft hat." "No, a hard felt like that," said the commissary, pointing to my hat. "He had a soft hat, I am sure," repeated Madame Renaud, "and a grey overcoat." "Yes, that is right," replied the commissary. "The telegram says he wore a grey overcoat with a black velvet collar." "Exactly, a black velvet collar," exclaimed Madame Renaud, triumphantly. I breathed freely. Ah, the excellent friend I had in that little woman. The police agents had now released me. I bit my lips until they ran blood. Stooping over, with my handkerchief over my mouth, an attitude quite natural in a person who has remained for a long time in an uncomfortable position, and whose mouth shows the bloody marks of the gag, I addressed the commissary in a weak voice. "Monsieur, it was Arsène Lupin. There is no doubt about that. If we make haste, he can still be caught. I think I may be of some service to you." The railway car, in which the crime occurred, was detached from the train to serve as a mute witness at the official investigation. The train continued on its way to Le Havre. We were then conducted to the station-master's office through a crowd of curious spectators. Then I had sudden access to doubt and discretion. Under some pretext or other, I must gain my automobile and escape. To remain there was dangerous. Something might happen. For instance, a telegram from Paris, and I would be lost. Yes, but what about my thief? Abandoned to my own resources, in an unfamiliar country, I could not hope to catch him. Bah! I must make the attempt, I said to myself. It may be a difficult game, but an amusing one, and the stake is well worth the trouble. And when the commissary asked us to repeat the story of the robbery, I exclaimed, "Monsieur, really, Arsène Lupin is getting the start of us. My automobile is waiting in the courtyard. If you will be so kind as to use it, we can try." The commissary smiled and replied, "The idea is a good one, so good indeed that it is already being carried out. 2 of my men have set out on bicycles. They have been gone for some time. Where did they go? To the entrance of the tunnel. There they will gather evidence, secure witnesses, and follow on the track of Arsène Lupin. I could not refrain from shrugging my shoulders as I replied, "Your men will not secure any evidence or any witnesses." "Really? Arsène Lupin will not allow anyone to see him emerge from the tunnel. He will take the first road to Rouen, where we will arrest him. He will not go to Rouen. Then he will remain in the vicinity, where his capture will be even more certain. He will not remain in the vicinity." "Oh, oh, and where will he hide?" I looked at my watch and said, "At the present moment, Arsène Lupin is prowling around the station at Darnetal. At 10:50, that is, in 22 minutes from now, he will take the train that goes from Rouen to Amiens." "Do you think so? How do you know it?" "Oh, it is quite simple. While we were in the car, Arsène Lupin consulted my railway guide. Why did he do it? Was there, not far from the spot where he disappeared, another line of railway, a station upon that line, and a train stopping at that station? On consulting my railway guide, I found this to be the case." "Really, monsieur," said the commissary, "that is a marvellous deduction. I congratulate you on your skill." I was now convinced that I had made a mistake in displaying so much cleverness. The commissary regarded me with astonishment, and I thought a slight suspicion entered his official mind. "Oh, scarcely that, for the photographs distributed by the police department were too imperfect. They presented an Arsène Lupin so different from the one he had before him that he could not possibly recognize me by it. But, all the same, he was troubled, confused, and ill at ease. Mon Dieu! Nothing stimulates the comprehension so much as the loss of a pocket-book and the desire to recover it. And it seems to me that if you will give me 2 of your men, we may be able—" "Oh, I beg of you, Monsieur le Commissaire," cried Madame Renaud, "listen to Monsieur Berlat. The intervention of my excellent friend was decisive. Pronounced by her, the wife of an influential official, the name of Berlat became really my own, and gave me an identity that no mere suspicion could affect." The commissary arose, and said, "Believe me, Monsieur Berlat, I shall be delighted to see you succeed. I am as much interested as you are in the arrest of Arsène Lupin." He accompanied me to the automobile and introduced 2 of his men, Honoré Massol and Gaston d'Olivet, who were assigned to assist me. My chauffeur cranked up the car, and I took my place at the wheel. A few seconds later, we left the station. I was saved. I must confess that in rolling over the boulevards that surrounded the old Norman city, in my swift 35-horsepower Moro-Lepton, I experienced a deep feeling of pride, and the motor responded sympathetically to my desires. At right and left, the trees flew past us with startling rapidity, and I, free, out of danger, had simply to arrange my little personal affairs with the 2 honest representatives of the Rouen police who were sitting behind me. Arsène Lupin was going in search of Arsène Lupin. Modest guardians of social order, Gaston d'Olivet and Honoré Massol, how valuable was your assistance! What would I have done without you? Without you, many times, at the crossroads, I might have taken the wrong route. Without you, Arsène Lupin would have made a mistake, and the other would have escaped. But the end was not yet. Far from it. I had yet to capture the thief and recover the stolen papers. Under no circumstances must my 2 acolytes be permitted to see those papers, much less to seize them. That was a point that might give me some difficulty. We arrived at Darnetal 3 minutes after the departure of the train. True, I had the consolation of learning that a man wearing a grey overcoat with a black velvet collar had taken the train at the station. He had bought a second-class ticket for Amiens. Certainly, my debut as a detective was a promising one. Delivet said to me, "The train is an express, and the next stop is Monterolia-Bucci in 19 minutes. If we do not reach there before Arsène Lupin, he can proceed to Amiens, or change for the train going to Clears, and from that point reach Dieppe or Paris." How far is Monterolia? 23 kilometers. 23 kilometers in 19 minutes. We will be there ahead of him. We were off again. Never had my faithful Morarepton responded to my impatience with such ardour and regularity. It participated in my anxiety. It endorsed my determination. It comprehended my animosity against that rascally Arsène Lupin. The knave! The traitor! "Turn to the right," cried Delivet, "then to the left." We fairly flew, scarcely touching the ground. The milestones looked like little timid beasts that vanished at our approach. Suddenly, at a turn of the road, we saw a vortex of smoke. It was the Northern Express. For a kilometre it was a struggle, side by side, but an unequal struggle in which the outcome was certain. We won the race by 20 lengths. In 3 seconds we were on the platform, standing before the second-class carriages. The doors were opened, and some passengers alighted, but not my thief. We searched through the compartments. No sign of Arsène Lupin. "Sapristi!" I cried. He must have recognized me in the automobile as we were racing, side by side, and he leaped from the train. Ah, there he is now, crossing the track. I started in pursuit of the man, followed by my 2 acolytes, or rather followed by one of them, for the other, Massol, proved himself to be a runner of exceptional speed and endurance. In a few moments he had made an appreciable gain upon the fugitive. The man noticed it, leaped over a hedge, scampered across a meadow, and entered a thick grove. When we reached this grove, Massol was waiting for us. He went no farther, for fear of losing us. "Quite right, my dear friend," I said. "After such a run, our victim must be out of wind. We will catch him now." I examined the surroundings with the idea of proceeding alone in the arrest of the fugitive, in order to recover my papers, concerning which the authorities would doubtless ask many disagreeable questions. Then I returned to my companions, and said, "It is all quite easy. You, Massol, take your place at the left. You, Delivet, at the right. From there you can observe the entire posterior line of the bush, and he cannot escape without you seeing him, except by that ravine, and I shall watch it. If he does not come out voluntarily, I will enter and drive him out toward one or the other of you. You have simply to wait. Ah, I forgot. In case I need you, a pistol shot." Massol and Delivet walked away to their respective posts. As soon as they had disappeared, I entered the grove with the greatest precaution, so as to be neither seen nor heard. I encountered dense thickets, through which narrow paths had been cut, but the overhanging boughs compelled me to adopt a stooping posture. One of these paths led to a clearing in which I found footsteps upon the wet grass. I followed them. They led me to the foot of a mound which was surmounted by a deserted, dilapidated hovel. "He must be there," I said to myself. "It is a well-chosen retreat." I crept cautiously to the side of the building. A slight noise informed me that he was there, and then, through an opening, I saw him. His back was turned toward me. In 2 bounds, I was upon him. He tried to fire a revolver that he held in his hand, but he had no time. I threw him to the ground, in such a manner that his arms were beneath him, twisted and helpless, whilst I held him down with my knee on his breast. "Listen, my boy," I whispered in his ear. "I am Arsène Lupin. You are to deliver to me, immediately and gracefully, my pocket-book and the lady's jewels, and therefore I will save you from the police and enroll you amongst my friends. One word, yes or no?" "Yes," he murmured. "Very good. Your escape this morning was well planned. I congratulate you." I arose. He fumbled in his pocket, drew out a large knife, and tried to strike me with it. "Imbecile!" I exclaimed. With one hand I parried the attack. With the other I gave him a sharp blow on the carotid artery. He fell, stunned. In my pocket-book I recovered my papers and bank-notes. Out of curiosity I took his. Upon an envelope addressed to him I read his name, Pierre Onfrey. It startled me. Pierre Onfrey, the assassin of the Rue La Fontaine at Auteuil. Pierre Onfrey, he who had cut the throats of Madame Delbois and her 2 daughters. I leaned over him. Yes, those were the features which, in the compartment, had evoked in me the memory of a face I could not then recall. But time was passing. I placed in an envelope 2 banknotes of 100 francs each, with a card bearing these words, "Arsène Lupin to his worthy colleagues Honoré Massol and Gaston d'Olivet, as a slight token of his gratitude." I placed it in a prominent spot in the room, where they would be sure to find it. Beside it I placed Madame Renaud's handbag. Why could I not return it to the lady who had befriended me? I must confess that I had taken from it everything that possessed any interest or value, leaving there only a shell comb, a stick of rouge d'Orin for the lips, and an empty purse. But, business is business. And then, really, her husband is engaged in such a dishonourable vocation. The man was becoming conscious. What was I to do? I was unable to save him or condemn him. So I took his revolver and fired a shot in the air. "My 2 acolytes will come and attend to his case," I said to myself, as I hastened away by the road through the ravine. 20 minutes later, I was seated in my automobile. At 4 o'clock, I telegraphed to my friends at Rouen that an unexpected event would prevent me from making my promised visit. Between ourselves, considering what my friends must now know, my visit is postponed indefinitely. A cruel disillusion for them. At 6 o'clock I was in Paris. The evening newspapers informed me that Pierre Onfrey had been captured at last. Next day, let us not despise the advantages of judicious advertising. The Echo de France published this sensational item. Yesterday, near Buchy, after numerous exciting incidents, Arsène Lupin effected the arrest of Pierre Onfrey. The assassin of the Rue La Fontaine had robbed Madame Renaud, wife of the director in the penitentiary service, in a railway carriage on the Paris-Le Havre line. Arsène Lupin restored to Madame Renaud the handbag that contained her jewels, and gave a generous recompense to the 2 detectives who had assisted him in making that dramatic arrest. Monsieur Valorby then asked to see Henriette. They went to her apartment. She was sewing, whilst her son Raoul, about 6 years old, was sitting beside her, reading. The commissary was surprised to see the wretched apartment that had been provided for the woman. It consisted of one room without a fireplace, and a very small room that served as a kitchen. The commissary proceeded to question her. She appeared to be overwhelmed on learning of the theft. Last evening she had herself dressed the Countess and placed the necklace upon her shoulders. "Good God!" she exclaimed. "It can't be possible. And you have no idea? Not the least suspicion? Is it possible that the thief may have passed through your room?" She laughed heartily, never supposing that she could be an object of suspicion. "But I have not left my room. I never go out. And perhaps you have not seen it." She opened the kitchen window and said, "See, it is at least 3 meters to the ledge of the opposite window. Who told you that we supposed the theft might have been committed in that way? But the necklace was in the cabinet, wasn't it? How do you know that?" "Why, I have always known that it was kept there at night. It had been mentioned in my presence." Her face, though still young, bore unmistakable traces of sorrow and resignation, and it now assumed an expression of anxiety, as if some danger threatened her. She drew her son toward her. The child took her hand, and kissed it affectionately. When they were alone again, the Count said to the commissary, "I do not suppose you suspect Henriette. I can answer for her. She is honesty itself." "I quite agree with you," replied Monsieur Willoughby. "At most, I thought there might have been an unconscious complicity. But I confess that even that theory must be abandoned, as it does not help solve the problem now before us." The commissary of police abandoned the investigation, which was now taken up and completed by the examining judge. He questioned the servants, examined the condition of the bolt, experimented with the opening and closing of the cabinet window, and explored the little court from top to bottom. All was in vain. The bolt was intact. The window could not be opened or closed from the outside. The inquiries especially concerned Henriette, for, in spite of everything, they always turned in her direction. They made a thorough investigation of her past life, and ascertained that, during the last 3 years, she had left the house only 4 times, and her business, on those occasions, was satisfactorily explained. As a matter of fact, she acted as chambermaid and seamstress to the Countess, who treated her with great strictness and even severity. At the end of a week, the examining judge had secured no more definite information than the commissary of police. The judge said, "Admitting that we know the guilty party, which we do not, we are confronted by the fact that we do not know how the theft was committed. We are brought face to face with 2 obstacles, a door and a window, both closed and fastened. It is thus a double mystery. How could anyone enter, and, moreover, how could anyone escape, leaving behind him a bolted door and a fastened window?" At the end of 4 months, the secret opinion of the judge was that the Count and Countess, being hard-pressed for money, which was their normal condition, had sold the Queen's necklace. He closed the investigation. The loss of the famous jewel was a severe blow to the Dreux-Soubizes. Their credit being no longer propped up by the reserve fund that such a treasure constituted, they found themselves confronted by more exacting creditors and money-lenders. They were obliged to cut down to the quick, to sell or mortgage every article that possessed any commercial value. In brief, it would have been their ruin, if 2 large legacies from some distant relatives had not saved them. Their pride also suffered a downfall, as if they had lost a quartering from their escutcheon. And, strange to relate, it was upon her former schoolmate, Henriette, that the Countess vented her spleen. Toward her, the Countess displayed the most spiteful feelings, and even openly accused her. First, Henriette was relegated to the servants' quarters, and next day discharged. For some time, the Count and Countess passed an uneventful life. They travelled a great deal. Only one incident of record occurred during that period. Some months after the departure of Henriette, the Countess was surprised when she received and read the following letter, signed by Henriette. "Madam, I do not know how to thank you, for it was you, was it not, who sent me that? It could not have been anyone else. No one but you knows where I live. If I am wrong, excuse me, and accept my sincere thanks for your past favours." What did the letter mean? The present or past favours of the Countess consisted principally of injustice and neglect. Why, then, this letter of thanks? When asked for an explanation, Henriette replied that she had received a letter through the mail, enclosing 2 banknotes of 1,000 francs each. The envelope, which she enclosed with her reply, bore a Paris postmark and was addressed in obviously disguised handwriting. Where did those 2,000 francs come from? Who had sent them, and why? Henriette received a similar letter and an identical sum of money 12 months later. Then a third time, and a fourth. This continued each year for 6 years, with one difference. In the 5th and 6th years, the sum was doubled. There was another difference as well. The post office authorities, seizing one of the letters under the pretext that it was not registered, ensured that the last 2 letters were sent according to postal regulations. The first was dated from Saint-Germain, the other from Schureisens. The writer signed the first, Anquety, and the other, Petchard. The addresses he gave were false. At the end of 6 years, Henriette died, and the mystery remained unsolved. All these events are publicly known. The case was one of those that excited public interest, and it was a strange coincidence that this necklace, which had caused such a great commotion in France at the close of the 18th century, should create a similar commotion a century later. But what I am about to relate is known only to the parties directly interested, and a few others from whom the Count exacted a promise of secrecy. As it is probable that some day that promise will be broken, I have no hesitation in revealing the truth and thus disclosing the key to the mystery, the explanation of the extraordinary letter published in the morning papers 2 days ago, a letter which, if possible, deepened the mists and shadows enveloping this inscrutable drama. 5 days ago, a number of guests were dining with the Count de Dreux-Soubise. Several ladies were present, including his 2 nieces and his cousin, and the following gentlemen: the President of Esseville, the Deputy Beaucaire, the Chevalier Floriani, whom the Count had known in Sicily, and General Marquis de Rouzières, an old club friend. After the meal, coffee was served by the ladies, who gave the gentlemen permission to smoke their cigarettes, provided they would not desert the salon. The conversation was general, and finally one of the guests happened to speak of celebrated crimes. This gave the Marquis de Rouzières, who delighted in teasing the Count, an opportunity to mention the affair of the Queen's necklace, a subject the Count detested. Each person expressed their own opinion of the affair, and, of course, their various theories were not only contradictory but impossible. "And you, monsieur," said the Countess to the Chevalier Floriani, "what is your opinion?" "Oh, I have no opinion, madam." All the guests protested, for the Chevalier had just related in an entertaining manner various adventures in which he had participated with his father, a magistrate at Palermo, and which established his judgment and taste in such matters. "I confess," he said, "I have sometimes succeeded in unravelling mysteries that the cleverest detectives have renounced. yet I do not claim to be Sherlock Holmes. Moreover, I know very little about the affair of the Queen's necklace." Everybody now turned to the Count, who was thus obliged, quite unwillingly, to narrate all the circumstances connected with the theft. The Chevalier listened, reflected, asked a few questions, and then said, "It is very strange. At first sight, the problem appears to be a very simple one." The Count shrugged his shoulders. The others drew closer to the Chevalier, who continued in a dogmatic tone. "As a general rule, to find the author of a crime or a theft, it is necessary to determine how that crime or theft was committed, or at least how it could have been committed. In the present case, nothing is simpler, because we are face to face, not with several theories, but with one positive fact. That is to say, the thief could only enter by the chamber door or the window of the cabinet. Now, a person cannot open a bolted door from the outside. Therefore, he must have entered through the window. But it was closed and fastened, and we found it fastened afterward," declared the Count. "In order to do that," continued Floriani, without heeding the interruption, "he had simply to construct a bridge, a plank or a ladder, between the balcony of the kitchen and the ledge of the window, and as the jewel case." "But I repeat that the window was fastened," exclaimed the Count impatiently. This time Floriani was obliged to reply. He did so with the greatest tranquillity, as if the objection was the most insignificant affair in the world. "I will admit that it was. But is there not a transom in the upper part of the window?" "How do you know that?" "In the first place, that was customary in houses of that date, and in the second place, without such a transom, the theft cannot be explained." "Yes, there is one, but it was closed, the same as the window. Consequently, we did not pay attention to it. That was a mistake, for, if you had examined it, you would have found that it had been opened." "But how?" "I presume that, like all others, it opens by means of a wire with a ring on the lower end." "Yes, but I do not see." "Now, through a hole in the window, a person could, by the aid of some instrument, let us say a poker with a hook at the end, grip the ring, pull down, and open the transom." The Count laughed and said, "Excellent, excellent. Your scheme is very cleverly constructed, but you overlook one thing, monsieur. There is no hole in the window." "There was a hole." "Nonsense. We would have seen it. In order to see it, you must look for it, and no one has looked. The hole is there. It must be there, at the side of the window, in the putty. In a vertical direction, of course." The Count arose. He was greatly excited. He paced up and down the room 2 or 3 times in a nervous manner. Then, approaching Floriani, he said, "Nobody has been in that room since. Nothing has changed." "Very well, monsieur. You can easily satisfy yourself that my explanation is correct. It does not agree with the facts established by the examining judge. You have seen nothing, and yet you contradict all that we have seen and all that we know." Floriani paid no attention to the Count's petulance. He simply smiled and said, "Mon Dieu, monsieur, I submit my theory. That is all. If I am mistaken, you can easily prove it. I will do so at once. I confess that your assurance—" The Count muttered a few more words, then suddenly rushed to the door and passed out. Not a word was uttered in his absence, and this profound silence gave the situation an air of almost tragic importance. Finally, the Count returned. He was pale and nervous. He said to his friends in a trembling voice, "I beg your pardon, The revelations of the Chevalier were so unexpected. I should never have thought. His wife eagerly questioned him. "Speak. What is it?" He stammered. "The hole is there, at the very spot, at the side of the window." He seized the Chevalier's arm and said to him in an imperious tone, "Now, monsieur, proceed. I admit that you are right so far, but now, that is not all. Go on. Tell us the rest of it." Floriani disengaged his arm gently, and after a moment continued. "Well, in my opinion, this is what happened. The thief, knowing that the Countess was going to wear the necklace that evening, had prepared his gangway or bridge during your absence. He watched you through the window and saw you hide the necklace. Afterward, he cut the glass and pulled the ring. Ah! But the distance was so great that it would be impossible for him to reach the window fastening through the transom. Well, then, if he could not open the window by reaching through the transom, he must have crawled through the transom. Impossible. It is too small. No man could crawl through it." "Then it was not a man," declared Floriani. "What? If the transom is too small to admit a man, it must have been a child." "A child? Did you not say that your friend Henriette had a son?" "Yes, a son named Raoul." "Then, in all probability, it was Raoul who committed the theft." "What proof do you have of that?" "What proof? Plenty of it. For instance—" He stopped, reflected for a moment, then continued. "For instance, that gangway or bridge. It is improbable that the child could have brought it in from outside the house and carried it away again without being observed. He must have used something close at hand. In the little room Henriette used as a kitchen, were there not some shelves against the wall on which she placed her pans and dishes? 2 shelves, to the best of my memory. Are you sure that those shelves are really fastened to the wooden brackets that support them? For, if they are not, we could be justified in presuming that the child removed them, fastened them together, and thus formed his bridge. Perhaps, also, since there was a stove, we might find the bent poker that he used to open the transom." Without saying a word, the Count left the room, and this time those present did not feel the nervous anxiety they had experienced the first time. They were confident that Floriani was right, and no one was surprised when the Count returned and declared, "It was the child. Everything proves it. Have you seen the shelves and the poker?" "Yes. The shelves have been unnailed, and the poker is still there." But the Countess exclaimed, "You had better say it was his mother. Henriette is the guilty party. She must have compelled her son." "No," declared the Chevalier. "The mother had nothing to do with it." "Nonsense. They occupied the same room. The child could not have done it without the mother's knowledge. True, they lived in the same room, but all this happened in the adjoining room, during the night, while the mother was asleep." "And the necklace?" said the Count. "It would have been found amongst the child's things." "Pardon me. He had been out. That morning, on which you found him reading, he had just come from school, and perhaps the commissary of police, instead of wasting his time on the innocent mother, would have been better employed in searching the child's desk amongst his schoolbooks. But how do you explain those 2,000 francs that Henriette received each year? Are they not evidence of her complicity? If she had been an accomplice, would she have thanked you for that money? And then, was she not closely watched? But the child, being free, could easily go to a neighbouring city, negotiate with some dealer, and sell him 1 diamond or 2 diamonds, as he might wish, upon condition that the money should be sent from Paris, and that proceeding could be repeated from year to year. An indescribable anxiety oppressed the Dreux-Soubizes and their guests. There was something in Floriani's tone and attitude, something more than the Chevalier's assurance which, from the beginning, had so annoyed the Count. There was a touch of irony that seemed rather hostile than sympathetic. But the Count affected to laugh as he said, "All that is very ingenious and interesting, and I congratulate you upon your vivid imagination." "No, not at all," replied Floriani with the utmost gravity. "I imagine nothing. I simply describe the events as they must have occurred." "But what do you know about them? What you yourself have told me?" "I picture to myself the life of the mother and child down there in the country, the illness of the mother, the schemes and inventions of the child to sell the precious stones in order to save his mother's life, or at least soothe her dying moments. Her illness overcomes her. She dies. Years roll on. The child becomes a man, and then, and now I will give my imagination a free rein, let us suppose that the man feels a desire to return to the home of his childhood, that he does so, and that he meets there certain people who suspect and accuse his mother. Do you realize the sorrow and anguish of such an interview in the very house wherein the original drama was played?" His words seemed to echo for a few seconds in the ensuing silence, and one could read upon the faces of the Count and Countess de Dreux a bewildered effort to comprehend his meaning and, at the same time, the fear and anguish of such a comprehension. The Count spoke at last and said, "Who are you, monsieur?" "I, the Chevalier Floriani, whom you met at Palermo, and whom you have been gracious enough to invite to your house on several occasions." "Then what does this story mean?" "Oh, nothing at all. It is simply a pastime, so far as I am concerned. I endeavour to depict the pleasure that Henriette's son, if he still lives, would have in telling you that he was the guilty party, and that he did it because his mother was unhappy, as she was on the point of losing her position as a servant, by which she lived, and because the child suffered at the sight of his mother's sorrow." He spoke with suppressed emotion, rose partially, and inclined toward the Countess. There could be no doubt that the Chevalier Floriani was Henriette's son. His attitude and words proclaimed it. Besides, was it not his obvious intention and desire to be recognized as such? The Count hesitated. What action would he take against the audacious guest? Ring? Provoke a scandal? Unmask the man who had once robbed him? But that was a long time ago, and who would believe that absurd story about the guilty child? No, better far to accept the situation and pretend not to comprehend its true meaning. So the Count, turning to Floriani, exclaimed, "Your story is very curious, very entertaining. I enjoyed it very much. But what do you think has become of this young man, this model son? I hope he has not abandoned the career in which he made such a brilliant debut." "Oh, certainly not. After such a debut, to steal the Queen's necklace at 6 years of age, the celebrated necklace that was coveted by Marie Antoinette. And to steal it," remarked Floriani, falling in with the Count's mood, "without costing him the slightest trouble, without anyone thinking to examine the condition of the window, or to observe that the window-sill was too clean, that window-sill which he had wiped in order to efface the marks he had made in the thick dust. We must admit that it was sufficient to turn the head of a boy at that age. It was all so easy. He had simply to desire the thing, and reach out his hand to get it. And he reached out his hand." "Both hands," replied the Chevalier, laughing. His companions received a shock. What mystery surrounded the life of the so-called Floriani? How wonderful must have been the life of that adventurer, a thief at 6 years of age, and who today, in search of excitement or at most, to gratify a feeling of resentment, had come to brave his victim in her own house, audaciously, foolishly, and yet with all the grace and delicacy of a courteous guest. He arose and approached the Countess to bid her adieu. She recoiled unconsciously. He smiled. "Oh, madam, you are afraid of me. Did I pursue my role of parlour magician a step too far?" She controlled herself and replied with her accustomed ease. "Not at all, monsieur. The legend of that dutiful son interested me very much, and I am pleased to know that my necklace had such a brilliant destiny. But do you not think that the son of that woman, Henriette, was the victim of hereditary influence in the choice of his vocation?" He shuddered, feeling the point, and replied, "I am sure of it, and, moreover, his natural tendency to crime must have been very strong, or he would have been discouraged." "Why so?" "Because, as you must know, the majority of the diamonds were false. The only genuine stones were the few purchased from the English jeweller, the others having been sold, one by one, to meet the cruel necessities of life." "It was still the Queen's necklace, monsieur," replied the Countess haughtily, "and that is something that he, Henriette's son, could not appreciate." He was able to appreciate, madam, that, whether true or false, the necklace was nothing more than an object of parade, an emblem of senseless pride. The Count made a threatening gesture, but his wife stopped him. "Monsieur," she said, "if the man to whom you allude has the slightest sense of honour—" She stopped, intimidated by Floriani's cool manner. "If that man has the slightest sense of honour," he repeated. She felt that she would not gain anything by speaking to him in that manner, and in spite of her anger and indignation, trembling as she was from humiliated pride, she said to him, almost politely, "Monsieur, the legend says that Riteau de Villette, when in possession of the Queen's necklace, did not disfigure the mounting." He understood that the diamonds were simply the ornament, the accessory, and that the mounting was the essential work, the creation of the artist, and he respected it accordingly. "Do you think that this man had the same feeling?" "I have no doubt that the mounting still exists. The child respected it." "Well, monsieur, if you should happen to meet him, will you tell him that he unjustly keeps possession of a relic that is the property and pride of a certain family, and that, although the stones have been removed, the Queen's necklace still belongs to the house of Dreux-Soubise. It belongs to us as much as our name or our honour." The Chevalier replied simply, "I shall tell him, madam." He bowed to her, saluted the Count and the other guests, and departed. 4 days later, the Countess de Dreux found upon the table in her chamber a red leather case bearing the Cardinal's arms. She opened it and found the Queen's necklace. But as all things must, in the life of a man who strives for unity and logic, converge toward the same goal, and as a little advertising never does any harm, on the following day, the Echo de France published these sensational lines: "The Queen's necklace, the famous historical jewellery stolen from the family of Dreux-Soubise, has been recovered by Arsène Lupin, who hastened to restore it to its rightful owner. We cannot too highly commend such a delicate and chivalrous act." Chapter 6. The Seven of Hearts. I am frequently asked this question: how did you make the acquaintance of Arsène Lupin? My connection with Arsène Lupin was well known. The details I gather concerning that mysterious man, the irrefutable facts I present, the new evidence I produce, the interpretation I place on certain acts of which the public has seen only the exterior manifestations without being able to discover the secret reasons or the invisible mechanism, all establish, if not an intimacy, at least amicable relations and regular confidences. But how did I make his acquaintance? Why was I selected to be his historiographer? Why me, and not someone else? The answer is simple. Chance alone presided over my choice. My merit was not considered. It was a chance that put me in his way. It was by chance that I was a participant in one of his strangest and most mysterious adventures, and by chance that I was an actor in a drama of which he was the marvellous stage director, an obscure and intricate drama, bristling with such thrilling events that I feel a certain embarrassment in undertaking to describe it. The first act takes place during that memorable night of June 22nd, of which so much has already been said, and, for my part, I attribute the anomalous conduct of which I was guilty on that occasion to the unusual frame of mind in which I found myself on my return home. I had dined with some friends at the Cascade restaurant, and the entire evening, whilst we smoked and the orchestra played melancholy waltzes, we talked only of crimes and thefts and dark and frightful intrigues. That is always a poor overture to a night's sleep. The St. Martins went away in an automobile. Jean Dospry, that delightful, heedless Dospry who, 6 months later, was killed in such a tragic manner on the frontier of Morocco. Jean Dospry and I returned on foot through the dark, warm night. When we arrived in front of the little house in which I had lived for a year at Neuilly, on the boulevard Maillot, he said to me, "Are you afraid? What an idea! But this house is so isolated. No neighbours. Vacant lots. Really, I am not a coward, and yet— Well, you are very cheering, I must say." "Oh, I say that as I would say anything else. The St. Martins have impressed me with their stories of brigands and thieves. We shook hands and said good night. I took out my key and opened the door. "Well, that is good," I murmured. "Antoine has forgotten to light a candle." Then I recalled that Antoine was away. I had given him a short leave of absence. Forthwith, I was disagreeably oppressed by the darkness and silence of the night. I ascended the stairs on tiptoe and reached my room as quickly as possible. Then, contrary to my usual habit, I turned the key and pushed the bolt. The light of my candle restored my courage. Yet I was careful to take my revolver from its case, a large, powerful weapon, and place it beside my bed. That precaution completed my reassurance. I lay down and, as usual, took a book from my nightstand to read myself to sleep. Then I received a great surprise. Instead of the paper knife with which I had marked my place on the preceding, I found an envelope, closed with 5 seals of red wax. I seized it eagerly. It was addressed to me, and marked "Urgent." A letter addressed to me. Who could have put it in that place? Nervously, I tore open the envelope and read, "From the moment you open this letter, whatever happens, whatever you may hear, do not move, do not utter one cry. Otherwise, you are doomed. I am not a coward, and, quite as well as another, I can face real danger, or smile at the visionary perils of imagination. But, let me repeat, I was in an anomalous condition of mind, with my nerves set on edge by the events of the evening. Besides, was there not, in my present situation, something startling and mysterious, calculated to disturb the most courageous spirit? My feverish fingers clutched the sheet of paper, and I read and re-read those threatening words. "Do not move, do not utter one cry. Otherwise, you are doomed." Nonsense, I thought. It is a joke, the work of some cheerful idiot. I was about to laugh, a good loud laugh. Who prevented me? What haunting fear compressed my throat? At least, I would blow out the candle. No, I could not do it. "Do not move, or you are doomed," were the words he had written. These autosuggestions are frequently more imperious than the most positive realities. But why should I struggle against them? I simply had to close my eyes. I did so. At that moment I heard a slight noise, followed by crackling sounds, proceeding from a large room used by me as a library. A small room or antechamber was situated between the library and my bedchamber. The approach of an actual danger greatly excited me, and I felt a desire to get up, seize my revolver, and rush into the library. I did not rise. I saw one of the curtains of the left window move. There was no doubt about it. The curtain had moved. It was still moving. And I saw, I saw quite distinctly, in the narrow space between the curtains and the window, a human form, a bulky mass that prevented the curtains from hanging straight. And it is equally certain that the man saw me through the large meshes of the curtain. Then I understood the situation. His mission was to guard me while the others carried away their booty. Should I rise and seize my revolver? Impossible. He was there. At the least movement, at the least cry, I was doomed. Then came a terrific noise that shook the house. This was followed by lighter sounds, 2 or 3 together, like those of a hammer that rebounded. At least, that was the impression formed in my confused brain. These were mingled with other sounds, thus creating a veritable uproar which proved that the intruders were not only bold, but felt themselves secure from interruption. They were right. I did not move. Was it cowardice? No, rather weakness, a total inability to move any portion of my body, combined with discretion. For why should I struggle? Behind that man, there were 10 others who would come to his assistance. Should I risk my life to save a few tapestries and bibelots? Throughout the night, my torture endured. Insufferable torture, terrible anguish. The noises had stopped, but I was in constant fear of their renewal. And the man who was guarding me, weapon in hand. My fearful eyes remained cast in his direction, and my heart beat, and a profuse perspiration oozed from every pore of my body. Suddenly I experienced an immense relief. A milk wagon, whose sound was familiar to me, passed along the boulevard, and at the same time I had an impression that the light of a new day was trying to steal through the closed window blinds. At last, daylight penetrated the room, other vehicles passed along the boulevard, and all the phantoms of the night vanished. Then I put one arm out of the bed, slowly and cautiously. My eyes were fixed upon the curtain, locating the exact spot at which I must fire. I made an exact calculation of the movements I must make. Then, quickly, I seized my revolver and fired. I leaped from my bed with a cry of deliverance and rushed to the window. The bullet had passed through the curtain and the window glass, but it had not touched the man, for the very good reason that there was none there. Nobody. Thus, during the entire night, I had been hypnotized by a fold of the curtain, and, during that time, the malefactors. Furiously, with an enthusiasm that nothing could have stopped, I turned the key, opened the door, crossed the antechamber, opened another door, and rushed into the library. But amazement stopped me on the threshold, panting, astounded, more astonished than I had been by the absence of the man. All the things that I supposed had been stolen, furniture, books, pictures, old tapestries, everything was in its proper place. It was incredible. I could not believe my eyes. notwithstanding that uproar, those noises of removal. I made a tour, I inspected the walls, I made a mental inventory of all the familiar objects. Nothing was missing, and, what was more disconcerting, there was no clue to the intruders, not a sign, not a chair disturbed, not the trace of a footstep. Well, well, I said to myself, pressing my hands on my bewildered head, surely I am not crazy. I heard something. Inch by inch, I made a careful examination of the room. It was in vain. Unless I could consider this as a discovery, under a small Persian rug I found a card, an ordinary playing card. It was the 7 of hearts. It was like any other 7 of hearts in French playing cards, with this slight but curious exception. The extreme point of each of the 7 red spots or hearts was pierced by a hole, round and regular as if made with the point of an awl. Nothing more. A card and a letter found in a book. But was not that sufficient to affirm that I had not been the plaything of a dream? Throughout the day I continued my searches in the library. It was a large room, much too large for the requirements of such a house, and the decoration of which attested to the bizarre taste of its founder. The floor was a mosaic of multicolored stones, formed into large symmetrical designs. The walls were covered with a similar mosaic, arranged in panels, Pompeian allegories, Byzantine compositions, frescoes of the Middle Ages, a Bacchus bestriding a cask, an emperor wearing a gold crown, a flowing beard, and holding a sword in his right hand. Quite high, in the style of an artist's studio, there was a large window, the only one in the room. That window being always open at night, it was probable that the men had entered through it by the aid of a ladder. But, again, there was no evidence. The bottom of the ladder would have left some marks in the soft earth beneath the window, but there were none, nor were there any traces of footsteps in any part of the yard. I had no idea of informing the police, because the facts I had before me were so absurd and inconsistent. They would laugh at me. However, as I was then a reporter on the staff of the Gil Blas, I wrote a lengthy account of my adventure, and it was published in the paper on the 2nd day thereafter. The article attracted some attention, but no one took it seriously. They regarded it as a work of fiction rather than a story of real life. The St. Martins rallied me, but Dos Pry, who took an interest in such matters, came to see me, made a study of the affair, but reached no conclusion. A few mornings later, the door-bell rang, and Antoine came to inform me that a gentleman desired to see me. He would not give his name. I directed Antoine to show him up. He was a man of about 40 years of age, with a very dark complexion, lively features, and whose correct dress, slightly frayed, proclaimed a taste that contrasted strangely with his rather vulgar manners. Without any preamble, he said to me, in a rough voice that confirmed my suspicion as to his social position, "Monsieur, whilst in a café, I picked up a copy of the Gil Blas and read your article. It interested me very much. Thank you. And here I am. Ah! Yes, to talk to you. Are all the facts related to you quite correct?" "Absolutely so." "Well, in that case, I can perhaps give you some information." "Very well. Proceed." "No, not yet. First, I must be sure that the facts are exactly as you have related them. I have given you my word. What further proof do you want? I must remain alone in this room." "I do not understand," I said with surprise. "It's an idea that occurred to me when reading your article. Certain details established an extraordinary coincidence with another case that came under my notice. If I am mistaken, I shall say nothing more, and the only means of ascertaining the truth is by remaining in the room alone. What was at the bottom of this proposition? Later I recalled that the man was exceedingly nervous, but at the same time, although somewhat astonished, I found nothing particularly abnormal about the man or the request he had made. Moreover, my curiosity was aroused, so I replied, "Very well. How much time do you require?" "Oh, 3 minutes, not longer. 3 minutes from now, I will rejoin you." I left the room and went downstairs. I took out my watch. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. Why did I feel so depressed? Why did those moments seem so solemn and weird? 2 minutes and a half. 2 minutes and 3/4. Then I heard a pistol shot. I bounded up the stairs and entered the room. A cry of horror escaped me. In the middle of the room, the man was lying on his left side, motionless. Blood was flowing from a wound in his forehead. Near his hand was a revolver, still smoking. But, in addition to this frightful spectacle, my attention was attracted by another object. 2 feet from the body, upon the floor, I saw a playing card. It was the 7 of hearts. I picked it up. The lower extremity of each of the 7 spots was pierced with a small round hole. A half-hour later the commissary of police arrived, then the coroner and the chief of the Charité, Monsieur Dudouis. I had been careful not to touch the corpse. The preliminary inquiry was very brief and disclosed nothing. There were no papers in the pockets of the deceased, no name upon his clothes, no initial upon his linen, nothing to give any clue to his identity. The room was in the same perfect order as before. The furniture had not been disturbed. Yet this man had not come to my house solely for the purpose of killing himself, or because he considered my place the most convenient one for his suicide. There must have been a motive for his act of despair, and that motive was, no doubt, the result of some new fact ascertained by him during the 3 minutes he was alone. What was that fact? What had he seen? What frightful secret had been revealed to him? There was no answer to these questions. But, at the last moment, an incident occurred that appeared to us of considerable importance. As 2 policemen were raising the body to place it on a stretcher, the left hand thus being disturbed, a crumpled card fell from it. The card bore these words, "Georges Andermatt, 37 Rue de Berry." What did that mean? Georges Andermatt was a rich banker in Paris, the founder and president of the metal exchange which had given such an impulse to the metallic industries in France. He lived in princely style, was the possessor of numerous automobiles, coaches, and an expensive racing stable. His social affairs were very selective, and Madame Andermatt was noted for her grace and beauty. "Can that be the man's name?" I asked. The chief of the Charité leaned over him. "It is not him. Monsieur Andermatt is a thin man, and slightly grey. But why this card? Have you a telephone, monsieur?" "Yes, in the vestibule. Come with me." He looked in the directory, and then asked for the number 415.21. "Is Monsieur Andermatt at home? Please tell him that Monsieur Dudouis wishes him to come at once to 102 Boulevard Maillot. Very important." 20 minutes later, Monsieur Andermatt arrived in his automobile. After the circumstances had been explained to him, he was taken in to see the corpse. He displayed considerable emotion, and spoke in a low tone, and apparently unwillingly. "Etienne Varin," he said. "You know him?" "No. Or, at least, yes, by sight only." "His brother." "Ah, he has a brother." "Yes, Alfred Varin. He came to see me once on some business. I forget what it was. Where does he live?" "The two brothers live together. Rue de Provence, I think." "Do you know any reason why he should commit suicide?" "None." "He held a card in his hand. It was your card with your address." "I do not understand that." "It must have been there by some chance that will be disclosed by the investigation. A very strange chance, I thought, and I felt that the others entertained the same impression. I discovered the same impression in the papers the next day, and amongst all my friends with whom I discussed the affair. Amid the mysteries that enveloped it, after the double discovery of the 7 of hearts pierced with 7 holes, after the 2 inscrutable events that had happened in my house, that visiting card promised to throw some light on the affair. Through it, the truth may be revealed. But, contrary to our expectations, Monsieur Andermatt furnished no explanation. He said, "I have told you all I know. What more can I do? I am greatly surprised that my card should be found in such a place, and I sincerely hope the point will be cleared up." It was not. The official investigation established that the Varin brothers were of Swiss origin, had led a shifting life under various names, frequenting gambling resorts, associating with a band of foreigners who had been dispersed by the police after a series of robberies in which their participation was established only by their flight. At number 24 Rue de Provence, where the Varin brothers had lived 6 years before, no one knew what had become of them. I confess that, for my part, the case seemed to me so complicated and so mysterious that I did not think the problem would ever be solved, so I concluded to waste no more time upon it. But Jean Dospry, whom I frequently met at that period, became more and more interested in it each day. It was he who pointed out to me that item from a foreign newspaper which was reproduced and commented upon by the entire press. It was as follows: "The first trial of a new model of submarine boat, which is expected to revolutionize naval warfare, will be given in presence of the former emperor at a place that will be kept secret until the last minute. An indiscretion has revealed its name. It is called the 7 of Hearts." The 7 of Hearts. That presented a new problem. Could a connection be established between the name of the submarine and the incidents which we have related? But a connection of what nature? What had happened here could have no possible relation with the submarine. "What do you know about it?" said Dospry to me. "The most diverse effects often proceed from the same cause." 2 days later, the following foreign news item was received and published. It is said that the plans of the new submarine 7 of Hearts were prepared by French engineers, who, having sought, in vain, the support of their compatriots, subsequently entered into negotiations with the British Admiralty, without success. I do not wish to give undue publicity to certain delicate matters which once provoked considerable excitement. Yet, since all danger of injury therefrom has now come to an end, I must speak of the article that appeared in the Echo de France, which aroused so much comment at that time, and which threw considerable light upon the mystery of the 7 of Hearts. This is the article as it was published over the signature of Salvator. "The affair of the 7 of Hearts. A corner of the veil raised. We will be brief. 10 years ago, a young mining engineer, Louis Lacombe, wishing to devote his time and fortune to certain studies, resigned his position he then held, and rented number 102 Boulevard Maillot, a small house that had been recently built and decorated for an Italian count. Through the agency of the Varin brothers of Lausanne, one of whom assisted in the preliminary experiments and the other acted as financial agent, the young engineer was introduced to Georges Andermatt, the founder of the metal exchange. After several interviews, he succeeded in interesting the banker in a submarine boat on which he was working, and it was agreed that as soon as the invention was perfected, Monsieur Andermatt would use his influence with the Minister of Marine to obtain a series of trials under the direction of the government. For 2 years, Louis Lacombe was a frequent visitor at Andermatt's house, and he submitted to the banker the various improvements he made upon his original plans, until one day, being satisfied with the perfection of his work, he asked Monsieur Andermatt to communicate with the Minister of Marine. That day, Louis Lacombe dined at Monsieur Andermatt's house. He left there at about 11:30 at night. He has not been seen since. A perusal of the newspapers of that date will show that the young man's family caused every possible inquiry to be made, but without success, and it was the general opinion that Louis Lacombe, who was known as an original and visionary youth, had quietly left for parts unknown. Let us accept that theory, improbable though it be, and let us consider another question, which is a most important one for our country. What has become of the plans of the submarine? Did Louis Lacombe carry them away? Are they destroyed? After making a thorough investigation, we are able to assert positively that the plans are in existence, and are now in the possession of the two brothers Varin. How did they acquire such a possession? That is a question not yet determined, nor do we know why they have not tried to sell them at an earlier date. Did they fear that their title to them would be called in question? If so, they have lost that fear, and we can announce definitively that the plans of Louis Lacombe are now the property of a foreign power, and we are in a position to publish the correspondence that passed between the Varin brothers and the representative of that power. The 7 of Hearts invented by Louis Lacombe was actually constructed by our neighbour. Will the invention fulfill the optimistic expectations of those who were concerned in that treacherous act? And a postscript adds, later, our special correspondent informs us that the preliminary trial of the 7 of Hearts has not been satisfactory. It is quite likely that the plans sold and delivered by the Varin brothers did not include the final document carried by Louis Lacombe to Monsieur Andermatt on the day of his disappearance, a document that was indispensable to a thorough understanding of the invention. It contained a summary of the final conclusions of the inventor, and estimates and figures not contained in the other papers. Without this document, the plans are incomplete. On the other hand, without the plans, the document is worthless. Now is the time to act and recover what belongs to us. It may be a difficult matter, but we rely upon the assistance of Monsieur Andermatt. It will be to his interest to explain his conduct, which has hitherto been so strange and inscrutable. He will explain not only why he concealed these facts at the time of the suicide of Etienne Varin, but also why he has never revealed the disappearance of the paper, a fact well known to him. He will tell why, during the last 6 years, he paid spies to watch the movements of the Varin brothers. We expect from him not only words, but acts, and at once. Otherwise, the threat was plainly expressed. But of what did it consist? What whip was Salvatore, the anonymous writer of the article, holding over the head of Monsieur Andermatt? An army of reporters attacked the banker, and 10 interviewers announced the scornful manner in which they were treated. Thereupon, the Echo de France announced its position in these words: "Whether Monsieur Andermatt is willing or not, he will be, henceforth, our collaborator in the work we have undertaken." D'Osprey and I were dining together on the day on which that announcement appeared. That evening, with the newspapers spread over my table, we discussed the affair and examined it from every point of view with that exasperation that a person feels when walking in the dark and finding himself constantly falling over the same obstacles. Suddenly, without any warning whatsoever, the door opened and a lady entered. Her face was hidden behind a thick veil. I rose at once and approached her. "Is it you, monsieur, who lives here?" she asked. "Yes, madam, but I do not understand." "The gate was not locked," she explained. "But the vestibule door?" She did not reply, and it occurred to me that she had used the servant's entrance. How did she know the way? Then there was a silence that was quite embarrassing. She looked at Dos Pry, and I was obliged to introduce him. I asked her to be seated and explain the object of her visit. She raised her veil, and I saw that she was a brunette with regular features, and, though not handsome, she was attractive, principally on account of her sad, dark eyes. "I am Madame Andermatt," she said. "Madame Andermatt," I repeated with astonishment. After a brief pause, she continued with a voice and manner that were quite easy and natural. "I have come to see you about that affair. You know, I thought I might be able to obtain some information. Mon Dieu, madam, I know nothing but what has already appeared in the papers. But if you will point out in what way I can help you—" "I do not know. I do not know." Not until then did I suspect that her calm demeanour was assumed, and that some poignant grief was concealed beneath that air of tranquillity. For a moment we were silent and embarrassed. Then Dos Pry stepped forward and said, "Will you permit me to ask you a few questions?" "Yes, yes," she cried. "I will answer. You will answer, whatever those questions may be?" "Yes." "Did you know Louis Lacombe?" he asked. "Yes, through my husband." "When did you see him for the last time?" "In the evening he dined with us." "At that time, was there anything to lead you to believe that you would never see him again?" "No." "But he had spoken of a trip to Russia, in a vague way. Then you expected to see him again?" "Yes." "He was to dine with us 2 days later. How do you explain his disappearance?" "I cannot explain it." "And Monsieur Andermatt?" "I do not know. Yet the article published in the Echo de France indicates—" "Yes, that the Varin brothers had something to do with his disappearance." "Is that your opinion?" "Yes." "On what do you base your opinion?" "When he left our house, Louis Lacombe carried a satchel containing all the papers relating to his invention. 2 days later my husband, in a conversation with one of the Varin brothers, learned that the papers were in their possession." "And he did not denounce them?" "No." "Why not?" "Because there was something else in the satchel, something besides the papers of Louis Lacombe." "What was it?" She hesitated, was on the point of speaking, but finally remained silent. Dos Pry continued, "I presume that is why your husband has kept a close watch over their movements instead of informing the police." He hoped to recover the papers and, at the same time, that compromising article which has enabled the 2 brothers to hold over him threats of exposure and blackmail. "Over him, and over me." "Ah, over you, also." "Over me, in particular." She uttered the last words in a hollow voice. Dos Pry observed it. He paced to and fro for a moment, then, turning to her, asked, "Have you written to Louis Lacombe?" "Of course. My husband had business with him. Apart from those business letters, Had you written to Louis Lacombe other letters? Excuse my insistence, but it is absolutely necessary that I should know the truth. Did you write other letters? Yes, she replied, blushing. And those letters came into the possession of the Varin brothers? Yes. Does Monsieur Andermatt know it? He has not seen them, but Alfred Varin has told him of their existence, and threatened to publish them if my husband should take any steps against him. My husband was afraid of a scandal, but he has tried to recover the letters? I think so, but I do not know. You see, after that last interview with Alfred Varin, and after some harsh words between me and my husband in which he called me to account, we live as strangers. In that case, as you have nothing to lose, what do you fear? I may be indifferent to him now, but I am the woman that he has loved, the one he would still love. Oh, I am quite sure of that, she murmured in a fervent voice. He would still love me if he had not got hold of those cursed letters. What? Did he succeed? But the two brothers still defied him. Yes, and they boasted of having a secure hiding-place. Well, I believe my husband discovered that hiding-place. Ah, where was it? Here, here, I cried in alarm. Yes, I always had that suspicion. Louis Lacombe was very ingenious, and amused himself in his leisure hours by making safes and locks. No doubt, the Varin brothers were aware of that fact, and utilized one of Lacombe's safes in which to conceal the letters, and other things, perhaps. But they did not live here, I said. Before you came, 4 months ago, the house had been vacant for some time, and they may have thought that your presence here would not interfere with them when they wanted to get the papers. But they did not count on my husband, who came here on the night of June 22nd, forced the safe, took what he was seeking, and left his card to inform the two brothers that he feared them no more, and that their positions were now reversed. 2 days later, after reading the article in the Gil Blas, Etienne Varin came here, remained alone in this room, found the safe empty, and killed himself. After a moment, Dospry said, "A very simple theory. Has Monsieur Andermatt spoken to you since then?" "No." "Has his attitude toward you changed in any way? Does he appear more gloomy, more anxious?" "No, I haven't noticed any change." "And yet you think he has secured the letters?" "Now, in my opinion, he has not got those letters, and it was not he who came here on the night of June 22nd. Who was it, then?" "The mysterious individual who is managing this affair, who holds all the threads in his hands, and whose invisible but far-reaching power we have felt from the beginning. It was he and his friends who entered this house on June 22nd. It was he who discovered the hiding-place of the papers. It was he who left Monsieur Andermatt's card. It is he who now holds the correspondence and the evidence of the treachery of the Varin brothers." "Who is he?" I asked impatiently. "The man who writes letters to the Echo de France. Salvator. Have we not convincing evidence of that fact? Does he not mention in his letters certain details that no one could know, except the man who had thus discovered the secrets of the two brothers?" "Well, then," stammered Madame Andermatt in great alarm, "he has my letters also, and it is he who now threatens my husband. Mon Dieu! What am I to do?" "Write to him," declared Dospry. "Confide in him without reserve. Tell him all you know and all you may hereafter learn. Your interest and his interest are the same. He is not working against Monsieur Andermatt, but against Alfred Varin. Help him." "How?" Is your husband the document that completes the plans of Louis Lacombe? Yes. Tell that to Salvatore, and, if possible, procure the document for him. Write to him at once. You risk nothing. The advice was bold, dangerous even at first sight, but Madame Andermatt had no choice. Besides, as Dospry had said, she ran no risk. If the unknown writer were an enemy, that step would not aggravate the situation. If he were a stranger seeking to accomplish a particular purpose, he would attach to those letters only a secondary importance. Whatever might happen, it was the only solution offered to her, and she, in her anxiety, was only too glad to act on it. She thanked us effusively, and promised to keep us informed. In fact, 2 days later, she sent us the following letter that she had received from Salvatore. Monsieur, have not found the letters, but I will get them. Rest easy. I am watching everything. S. I looked at the letter. It was in the same handwriting as the note I found in my book on the night of June 22nd. Dospry was right. Salvatore was, indeed, the originator of that affair. We were beginning to see a little light coming out of the darkness that surrounded us, and an unexpected light was thrown on certain points, but other points yet remained obscure. For instance, the finding of the 2 7 of hearts. Perhaps I was unnecessarily concerned about those 2 cards whose 7 punctured spots had appeared to me under such startling circumstances. Yet I could not refrain from asking myself, what role will they play in the drama? What importance do they bear? What conclusion must be drawn from the fact that the submarine constructed from the plans of Louis Lacombe bore the name of 7 of Hearts? Dospry gave little thought to the other 2 cards. He devoted all his attention to another problem which he considered more urgent. He was seeking the famous hiding-place. "And who knows," he said, "I may find the letters that Salvatore did not find, by inadvertence perhaps. It is improbable that the Verin brothers would have removed from a spot, which they deemed inaccessible, the weapon which was so valuable to them." And he continued to search. In a short time, the large room held no more secrets for him, so he extended his investigations to the other rooms. He examined the interior and the exterior, the stones of the foundation, the bricks in the walls. He raised the slates of the roof. One day he came with a pickaxe and a spade, gave me the spade, kept the pickaxe, pointed to the adjacent vacant lots, and said, "Come." I followed him, but I lacked his enthusiasm. He divided the vacant land into several sections which he examined in turn. At last, in a corner, at the angle formed by the walls of 2 neighbouring proprietors, a small pile of earth and gravel, covered with briars and grass, attracted his attention. He attacked it. I was obliged to help him. For an hour, under a hot sun, we laboured without success. I was discouraged, but Dospry urged me on. His ardour was as strong as ever. At last, Dasbury's pickaxe unearthed some bones, the remains of a skeleton to which some scraps of clothing still hung. Suddenly, I turned pale. I had discovered, sticking in the earth, a small piece of iron cut in the form of a rectangle, on which I thought I could see red spots. I stooped and picked it up. That little iron plate was the exact size of a playing card, and the red spots, made with red lead, were arranged upon it in a manner similar to the 7 of Hearts, and each spot was pierced with a round hole similar to the perforations in the 2 playing cards. "Listen, Dospry, I have had enough of this. You can stay if it interests you. But I am going." Was that simply the expression of my excited nerves? Or was it the result of a laborious task executed under a burning sun? I know that I trembled as I walked away, and that I went to bed, where I remained 48 hours, restless and feverish, haunted by skeletons that danced around me and threw their bleeding hearts at my head. Dos Pry was faithful to me. He came to my house every day, and spent 3 or 4 hours in the large room, ferreting, thumping, tapping. "The letters are here, in this room," he said from time to time. "They are here. I will stake my life on it." On the morning of the 3rd day I arose, feeble yet, but cured. A substantial breakfast cheered me up. But a letter that I received that afternoon contributed, more than anything else, to my complete recovery, and aroused in me a lively curiosity. This was the letter. Monsieur, the drama, the first act of which transpired on the night of June 22nd, is now drawing to a close. The force of circumstances compel me to bring the 2 principal actors in that drama face to face, and I wish that meeting to take place in your house, if you will be so kind as to give me the use of it for this evening from 9 o'clock to 11. It will be advisable to give your servant leave of absence for the evening, and perhaps you will be so kind as to leave the field open to the 2 adversaries. You will remember that when I visited your house on the night of June 22nd, I took excellent care of your property. I feel that I would do you an injustice if I should doubt, for one moment, your absolute discretion in this affair. Your devoted Salvatore. I was amused at the facetious tone of his letter, and also at the whimsical nature of his request. There was a charming display of confidence and candour in his language, and nothing in the world could have induced me to deceive him or repay his confidence with ingratitude. I gave my servant a theatre ticket, and he left the house at 8 o'clock. A few minutes later, Dos Pry arrived. I showed him the letter. "Well," he said, "well, I have left the garden gate unlocked, so anyone can enter. And you, are you going away?" "Not at all. I intend to stay right here." "But he asks you to go." "But I am not going. I will be discreet, but I am resolved to see what takes place." "My foi!" exclaimed Dos Pry, laughing. "You are right, and I shall stay with you. I wouldn't like to miss it." We were interrupted by the sound of the door-bell. "Here already," said Dos Pry, 20 minutes ahead of time. "Incredible!" I went to the door and ushered in the visitor. It was Madame Andermatt. She was faint and nervous, and in a stammering voice she ejaculated, "My husband is coming. He has an appointment. They intend to give him the letters." "How do you know?" I asked. "By chance. A message came for my husband while we were at dinner. The servant gave it to me by mistake. My husband grabbed it quickly, but he was too late. I read it." "You read it?" "Yes. It was something like this. At 9 o'clock this evening, be at Boulevard Maillot with the papers connected with the affair. In exchange, the letters." So, after dinner, I hurried here. "Unknown to your husband?" "Yes." "What do you think about it?" asked Dos Pry, turning to me. "I think as you do, that Monsieur Andermatt is one of the invited guests." "Yes, but for what purpose?" "That is what we are going to find out." I led them to a large room. The 3 of us could hide comfortably behind a velvet chimney-mantel and observe all that should happen. We seated ourselves there, with Madame Andermatt in the centre. The clock struck 9. A few minutes later, the garden gate creaked upon its hinges. I confess that I was greatly agitated. I was about to learn the key to the mystery. The startling events of the last few weeks were about to be explained, and under my eyes the last battle was going to be fought. D'Osprey seized the hand of Madame Andermatt and said to her, "Not a word, not a movement. Whatever you may see or hear, keep quiet." Someone entered. It was Alfred Veyron. I recognized him at once, owing to the close resemblance he bore to his brother Etienne. There was the same slouching gait, the same cadaverous face covered with a black beard. He entered with the nervous air of a man accustomed to fear traps and ambushes, a man who scents and avoids them. He glanced about the room, and I had the impression that the chimney, masked with a velvet portière, did not please him. He took 3 steps in our direction, when something caused him to turn and walk toward the old mosaic king, with a flowing beard and flamboyant sword. He examined it minutely, mounting on a chair and following with his fingers the outlines of the shoulders and head, feeling certain parts of the face. Suddenly he leaped from the chair and walked away from it. He had heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Monsieur Andermatt appeared at the door. "You, exclaimed the banker. "Was it you who brought me here?" "By no means," protested Veyron, in a rough, jerky voice that reminded me of his brother. "On the contrary, it was your letter that brought me here." "My letter?" "A letter signed by you, in which you offered—" "I never wrote to you," declared Monsieur Andermatt. "You did not write to me." Instinctively, Veyron was put on his guard, not against the banker, but against the unknown enemy who had drawn him into this trap. A second time he looked in our direction, then walked toward the door. But Monsieur Andermatt barred his passage. "Well, where are you going, Veyron? There is something about this affair I don't like." "I am going home." "Good evening." "One moment." "No need for that, Monsieur Andermatt. I have nothing to say to you. But I have something to say to you, and this is a good time to say it. Let me pass." "No, you will not pass." Veyron recoiled before the resolute attitude of the banker, as he muttered, "Well, then, be quick about it." One thing astonished me, and I have no doubt my 2 companions experienced a similar feeling. Why was Salvatore not there? Was he not a necessary party at this conference? Or was he satisfied to let these 2 adversaries fight it out between themselves? At all events, his absence was a great disappointment, although it did not detract from the dramatic strength of the situation. After a moment, Monsieur Andermatt approached Veyron and, face to face, eye to eye, said, "Now, after all these years, and when you have nothing more to fear, you can answer me candidly. What have you done with Louis Lacombe?" "What a question! As if I knew anything about him." "You do know. You and your brother were his constant companions, almost lived with him in this very house. You knew all about his plans and his work. And the last night I ever saw Louis Lacombe, when I parted with him at my door, I saw 2 men slinking away in the shadows of the trees. That I am ready to swear to." "Well, what has that to do with me?" "The 2 men were you and your brother." "Prove it." "The best proof is that, 2 days later, you yourself showed me the papers and the plans that belonged to Lacombe and offered to sell them. How did these papers come into your possession?" "I have already told you, Monsieur Andermatt, that we found them on Louis Lacombe's table the morning after his disappearance." "That is a lie." "Prove it." "The law will prove it." Why did you not appeal to the law? Why? Why? Stammered the banker, with a slight display of emotion. You know very well, Monsieur Andermatt, if you had the least certainty of our guilt, our little threat would not have stopped you. What threat? Those letters? Do you suppose I ever gave those letters a moment's thought? If you did not care for the letters, why did you offer me thousands of francs for their return? And why did you have my brother and me tracked like wild beasts? To recover the plans. Nonsense! You wanted the letters. You knew that as soon as you had the letters in your possession, you could denounce us. Oh, no, I couldn't part with them. He laughed heartily, but stopped suddenly and said, But enough of this. We are merely going over old ground. We make no headway. We had better let things stand as they are. We will not let them stand as they are, said the banker. And since you have referred to the letters, let me tell you that you will not leave this house until you deliver those letters. I shall go when I please. You will not. Be careful, Monsieur Andermatt. I warn you. I say, you shall not go. We will see about that, cried Verin, in such a rage that Madame Andermatt could not suppress a cry of fear. Verin must have heard it, for he now tried to force his way out. Monsieur Andermatt pushed him back. Then I saw him put his hand into his coat pocket. For the last time, let me pass, he cried. The letters first. Verin drew a revolver and, pointing it at Monsieur Andermatt, said, Yes or no. The banker stooped quickly. There was the sound of a pistol shot. The weapon fell from Verin's hand. I was amazed. The shot was fired close to me. It was Dospry who had fired it at Verin, causing him to drop the revolver. In a moment, Dospry was standing between the two men, facing Verin. He said to him, with a sneer, You were lucky, my friend, very lucky. I fired at your hand and struck only the revolver. Both of them looked at him, surprised. Then he turned to the banker and said, I beg your pardon, monsieur, for meddling in your business, but really you play a very poor game. Let me hold the cards. Turning again to Verin, Dospry said, It's between us two, comrade, and play fair if you please. Hearts are trumps, and I play the 7. Then Dospry held up, before Verin's bewildered eyes, the little iron plate, marked with the 7 red spots. It was a terrible shock to Verin. With livid features, staring eyes, and an air of intense agony, the man seemed to be hypnotized at the sight of it. Who are you? He gasped. One who meddles in other people's business, down to the very bottom. What do you want? What you brought here tonight? I brought nothing. Yes, you did, or you wouldn't have come. This morning you received an invitation to come here at 9 o'clock, and bring with you all the papers held by you. You are here. Where are the papers? There was in Dasbury's voice and manner a tone of authority that I did not understand. His manner was usually quite mild and conciliatory. Absolutely conquered, Verin placed his hand on one of his pockets and said, The papers are here. All of them. Yes. All that you took from Louis Lacombe and afterwards sold to Major von Lieben? Yes. Are these the copies or the originals? I have the originals. How much do you want for them? 100,000 francs. You are crazy, said Dospry. Why, the Major gave you only 20,000, and that was like money thrown into the sea, as the boat was a failure at the preliminary trials. They didn't understand the plans. The plans are not complete. Then, why do you ask me for them? Because I want them. I offer you 5,000 francs, not a sou more. 10,000, not a sou less. Agreed, said D'Osprey, who now turned to Monsieur Andermatt and said, Monsieur will kindly sign a cheque for the amount. But I haven't got your cheque-book. Here it is. Astounded, Monsieur Andermatt examined the cheque-book that D'Osprey handed to him. It is mine, he gasped. How does that happen? No idle words, monsieur, if you please. You have merely to sign. The banker took out his fountain pen, filled out the cheque, and signed it. Varin held out his hand for it. Put down your hand, said D'Osprey. There is something more. Then, to the banker, he said, You asked for some letters, did you not? Yes, a package of letters. Where are they, Varin? I haven't got them. Where are they, Varin? I don't know. My brother was in charge of them. They are hidden in this room. In that case, you know where they are. How should I know? Was it not you who found the hiding-place? You appear to be as well informed as Salvatore. The letters are not in the hiding-place. They are. Open it. Varin looked at him, defiantly. Were not D'Osprey and Salvatore the same person? Everything pointed to that conclusion. If so, Varin risked nothing in disclosing a hiding-place already known. Open it, repeated D'Osprey. I have not got the 7 of hearts. Yes, here it is, said D'Osprey, handing him the iron plate. Varin recoiled in terror, and cried, No, no, I will not. Never mind, replied D'Osprey, as he walked toward the bearded king, climbed on a chair, and applied the 7 of hearts to the lower part of the sword in such a manner that the edges of the iron plate coincided exactly with the 2 edges of the sword. Then, with the assistance of an awl which he introduced alternately into each of the 7 holes, he pressed upon 7 of the little mosaic stones. As he pressed upon the 7th one, a clicking sound was heard, and the entire bust of the king turned upon a pivot, disclosing a large opening lined with steel. It was really a fireproof safe. You can see, Varin, the safe is empty. So I see. Then my brother took out the letters. D'Osprey stepped down from the chair, approached Varin, and said, Now, no more nonsense with me. There is another hiding-place. Where is it? There is none. Is it money you want? How much? 10,000. Monsieur Andermatt, are those letters worth 10,000 francs to you? Yes, said the banker, firmly. Varin closed the safe, took the 7 of hearts, and placed it again on the sword at the same spot. He thrust the awl into each of the 7 holes. There was the same clicking sound, but this time, strange to relate, it was only a portion of the safe that revolved on the pivot, disclosing quite a small safe that was built within the door of the larger one. The packet of letters was here, tied with a tape, and sealed. Varin handed the packet to D'Osprey. The latter turned to the banker, and asked, Is the cheque ready, Monsieur Andermatt? Yes. And you also have the last document that you received from Louis Lacombe, the one that completes the plans of the submarine? Yes. The exchange was made. D'Osprey pocketed the document and the cheques, and offered the packet of letters to Monsieur Andermatt. "This is what you wanted, monsieur." The banker hesitated a moment, as if he were afraid to touch those cursed letters that he had sought so eagerly. Then, with a nervous movement, he took them. Close to me, I heard a moan. I grasped Madame Andermatt's hand. It was cold. "I believe, monsieur," said D'Ossepry to the banker, "that our business has ended." "Oh, no thanks. It was only by a mere chance that I have been able to do you a good turn. Good night." Monsieur Andermatt retired. He carried with him the letters written by his wife to Louis Lacombe. "Marvellous!" exclaimed D'Ossepry, delighted. "Everything is coming our way. Now, we have only to close our little affair, comrade. You have the papers. Here they are, all of them." D'Ossepry examined them carefully, and then placed them in his pocket. "Quite right. You have kept your word," he said. But what? The 2 checks? The money?" said Varin eagerly. "Well, you have a great deal of assurance, my man. How dare you ask such a thing? I ask only what is due to me. Can you ask to pay for returning papers that you stole? Well, I think not." Varin was beside himself. He trembled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot. "The money, the 20,000, he stammered. "Impossible! I need it myself. The money! Come, be reasonable, and don't get excited. It won't do you any good." D'Ossepry seized his arm so forcibly that Varin uttered a cry of pain. D'Ossepry continued, "Now you can go. The air will do you good. Perhaps you want me to show you the way. Ah, yes, we will go together to the vacant lot near here, and I will show you a little mound of earth and stones, and under it—" "That is false. That is false." "Oh, no, it is true. That little iron plate with the 7 spots on it came from there. Louis Lacombe always carried it, and you buried it with the body, and with some other things that will prove very interesting to a judge and jury." Varin covered his face with his hands, and muttered, "All right, I am beaten. Say no more. But I want to ask you one question. I should like to know. What is it? Was there a little casket in the large safe?" "Yes." "Was it there on the night of June 22nd? "Yes." "What did it contain?" "Everything that the Varin brothers had put in it. A very pretty collection of diamonds and pearls picked up here and there by the said brothers." "And did you take it?" "Of course I did. Do you blame me?" "I understand. It was the disappearance of that casket that caused my brother to kill himself." "Probably. The disappearance of your correspondence was not a sufficient motive. But the disappearance of the casket. Is that all you wish to ask me? One more thing. Your name? You ask that with the idea of seeking revenge. Parbleu! The tables may be turned. Today you are on top. Tomorrow it will be you. I hope so. Your name? Arsène Lupin. Arsène Lupin." The man staggered, as though stunned by a heavy blow. Those 2 words had deprived him of all hope. D'Ossepry laughed, and said, "Ah, did you imagine that a Monsieur Durand or Dupont could manage an affair like this? No, it required the skill and cunning of Arsène Lupin. And now that you have my name, go and prepare your revenge. Arsène Lupin will wait for you." Then he pushed the bewildered Verin through the door. "Dos pry! Dos pry!" I cried, pushing aside the curtain. He ran to me. What's the matter? Madame Andermatt is ill." He hastened to her, caused her to inhale some smelling salts, and while caring for her, questioned me. "Well, what did it do?" "The letters of Louis Lacombe that you gave to her husband." He struck his forehead and said, "Did she think that I could do such a thing? But, of course she would. Imbecile that I am." Madame Andermatt was now revived. D'Osprey took from his pocket a small package exactly similar to the one that Monsieur Andermatt had carried away. "Here are your letters, madam. These are genuine letters. But the others? The others are the same, rewritten by me and carefully worded. Your husband will not find anything objectionable in them, and will never suspect the substitution, since they were taken from the safe in his presence. But the handwriting! There is no handwriting that cannot be imitated." She thanked him in the same words she might have used to a man in her own social circle, so I concluded that she had not witnessed the final scene between Verin and Arsène Lupin. But the surprising revelation caused me considerable embarrassment. Lupin! My club companion was none other than Arsène Lupin. I could not realize it. But he said, quite at his ease, "You can say farewell to Jean d'Osprey." "Ah!" "Yes, Jean d'Osprey is going on a long journey. I shall send him to Morocco. There he may find a death worthy of him. I may say that that is his expectation. But Arsène Lupin will remain?" "Oh, decidedly. Arsène Lupin is simply at the threshold of his career, and he expects." I was impelled by curiosity to interrupt him, and, leading him away from the hearing of Madame Andermatt, I asked, "Did you discover the smaller safe yourself, the one that held the letters?" "Yes, after a great deal of trouble. I found it yesterday afternoon while you were asleep, and yet, God knows it was simple enough. But the simplest things are the ones that usually escape our notice." Then, showing me the 7 of hearts, he added, "Of course I had guessed that, in order to open the larger safe, this card must be placed on the sword of the Mosaic king." "How did you guess that?" "Quite easily. Through private information. I knew that fact when I came here on the evening of June 22nd. "After you left me?" "Yes, after turning the subject of our conversation to stories of crime and robbery, which were sure to reduce you to such a nervous condition that you would not leave your bed, but would allow me to complete my search uninterrupted. The scheme worked perfectly. Well, I knew when I came here that there was a casket concealed in a safe with a secret lock, and that the 7 of hearts was the key to that lock. I had merely to place the card upon the spot that was obviously intended for it. An hour's examination showed me where the spot was. 1 hour! Observe the fellow in mosaic. The old emperor? That old emperor is an exact representation of the King of Hearts on all playing cards. That's right. But how does the 7 of hearts open the larger safe at one time and the smaller safe at another time? And why did you open only the larger safe in the first instance? I mean on the night of June 22nd. Why? Because I always placed the 7 of hearts in the same way. I never changed the position. But yesterday I observed that by reversing the card, by turning it upside down, the arrangement of the 7 spots on the mosaic was changed. Parbleu! Of course, parbleu! But a person has to think of those things. There is something else. You did not know the history of those letters until Madame Andermatt spoke them before me? No, because I found in the safe, besides the casket, nothing but the correspondence of the two brothers which disclosed their treachery in regard to the plans. Then it was by chance that you were led, first, to investigate the history of the two brothers, and then to search for the plans and documents relating to the submarine? Simply by chance. For what purpose did you make the search? Mon Dieu! Exclaimed Pry, laughing. How deeply interested you are! The subject fascinates me. Very well, presently, after I have escorted Madame Andermatt to a carriage, and dispatched a short story to the Echo de France, I will return and tell you all about it. He sat down and wrote one of those short, clear-cut articles which serve to amuse and mystify the public. Who does not recall the sensation that followed that article produced throughout the entire world? Arsène Lupin has solved the problem recently submitted by Salvatore. Having acquired possession of all the documents and original plans of the engineer Louis Lacombe, he has placed them in the hands of the Minister of Marine, and he has headed a subscription list for the purpose of presenting to the nation the first submarine constructed from those plans. His subscription is 20,000 francs. 20,000 francs! The cheques of Monsieur Andermatt! I exclaimed, when he had given me the paper to read. Exactly. It was quite right that Vérin should redeem his treachery, and that is how I became acquainted with Arsène Lupin. That is how I learned that Jean Pry, a member of my club, was none other than Arsène Lupin, gentleman-thief. That is how I formed very agreeable ties of friendship with that famous man, and, thanks to the confidence with which he honoured me, how I became his very humble and faithful historiographer. Chapter 7. Madame Imbert's Safe. At 3 o'clock in the morning, half a dozen carriages still waited in front of a small house on Boulevard Berthier. The door opened, and several guests emerged. Most entered their carriages and were driven away, leaving only two men who walked down Rue de Courcelles. They parted ways there, as one lived on that street. The other decided to walk as far as Port-Maillot. It was a beautiful winter's night, clear and cold, a night when a brisk walk is agreeable and refreshing. But, after a few minutes, he had the disagreeable impression that he was being followed. Turning around, he saw a man skulking amongst the trees. He was not a coward, yet he felt it advisable to increase his speed. Then his pursuer began to run, and he deemed it prudent to draw his revolver and face him. But he had no time. The man rushed at him and attacked him violently. Immediately they were engaged in a desperate struggle, wherein he felt that his unknown assailant had the advantage. He called for help, struggled, and was thrown down on a pile of gravel, seized by the throat, and gagged with a handkerchief that his assailant forced into his mouth. His eyes closed, and the man who was smothering him with his weight arose to defend himself against an unexpected attack. A blow from a cane and a kick from a boot. The man uttered two cries of pain, and fled, limping and cursing. Without deigning to pursue the fugitive, the new arrival stooped over the prostrate man and inquired, "Are you hurt, monsieur?" He was not injured, but he was dazed and unable to stand. His rescuer procured a carriage, placed him in it, and accompanied him to his house on Avenue de la Grande Armée. On his arrival there, quite recovered, he overwhelmed his saviour with thanks. "I owe you my life, monsieur, and I shall not forget it. I do not wish to alarm my wife at this time of night, but tomorrow she will be pleased to thank you personally. come and breakfast with us. My name is Ludovic Imbert. May I ask yours?" "Certainly, monsieur." And he handed Monsieur Imbert a card bearing the name Arsène Lupin. At that time, Arsène Lupin did not enjoy the celebrity which the Cahorn affair, his escape from the prison de la Santé, and other brilliant exploits, afterwards gained for him. He had not even used the name of Arsène Lupin. The name was specially invented to designate the rescuer of Monsieur Imbert. That is to say, it was in that affair that Arsène Lupin was baptized. Fully armed and ready for the fray, it is true, but lacking the resources and authority which command success, Arsène Lupin was then merely an apprentice in a profession wherein he soon became a master. With what a thrill of joy he recalled the invitation he received that night. At last he had reached his goal. At last he had undertaken a task worthy of his strength and skill. The Imbert millions! What a magnificent feast for an appetite like his! He prepared a special outfit for the occasion, a shabby frock-coat, baggy trousers, a frayed silk hat, well-worn collar and cuffs, all quite correct in form, but bearing the unmistakable stamp of poverty. His cravat was a black ribbon pinned with a false diamond. Thus attired, he descended the stairs of the house in which he lived at Montmartre. At the third floor, without stopping, he rapped on a closed door with the head of his cane. He walked to the exterior boulevards. A tram-car was passing. He boarded it, and someone who had been following him took a seat beside him. It was the lodger who occupied the room on the third floor. A moment later, this man said to Lupin, "Well, governor?" "Well, it is all fixed." "How?" "I am going there to breakfast." "You have breakfast there?" "Certainly." "Why not?" "I rescued Monsieur Ludovic Imbert from certain death at your hands. Monsieur Imbert is not devoid of gratitude. He invited me to breakfast." There was a brief silence. Then the other said, "But you are not going to throw up the scheme?" "My dear boy," said Lupin, "when I arranged that little case of assault and battery, when I took the trouble at 3 o'clock in the morning to rap you with my cane and tap you with my boot at the risk of injuring my only friend, it was not my intention to forego the advantages to be gained from a rescue so well arranged and executed. Oh, no, not at all. But the strange rumours we hear about their fortune? Never mind about that. For 6 months I have worked on this affair, investigated it, studied it, questioned the servants, the money-lenders, and men of straw. For 6 months I have shadowed the husband and wife. Consequently, I know what I am talking about. Whether the fortune came to them from old Brawford, as they pretend, or from some other source, I do not care. I know that it is a reality, that it exists, and some day it will be mine. Bygone! 100 million. Let us say 10, or even 5. That is enough. They have a safe full of bonds, and there will be the devil to pay if I can't get my hands on them. The tram-car stopped at the Place de l'Étoile. The man whispered to Lupin, "What am I to do now?" "Nothing, at present. You will hear from me. There is no hurry." 5 minutes later, Arsène Lupin was ascending the magnificent flight of stairs in the Imbert mansion, and Monsieur Imbert introduced him to his wife. Madame Gervais Imbert was a short, plump woman, and very talkative. She gave Lupin a cordial welcome. "I desired that we should be alone to entertain our saviour," she said. From the outset they treated our saviour as an old and valued friend. By the time dessert was served, Their friendship was well cemented, and private confidences were being exchanged. Arsène related the story of his life, the life of his father as a magistrate, the sorrows of his childhood, and his present difficulties. Gervaise, in turn, spoke of her youth, her marriage, the kindness of the aged Brawford, the 100 millions that she had inherited, the obstacles that prevented her from obtaining the enjoyment of her inheritance, the money she had been obliged to borrow at an exorbitant rate of interest, her endless contentions with Brawford's nephews, and the litigation. The injunctions. In fact, everything. Just think of it, Monsieur Lupin. The bonds are there, in my husband's office, and if we detach a single coupon, we lose everything. They are there, in our safe, and we dare not touch them. Monsieur Lupin shivered at the bare idea of his proximity to so much wealth. Yet he felt quite certain that Monsieur Lupin would never suffer from the same difficulty as his fair hostess, who declared she dare not touch the money. "Ah, they are there," he repeated to himself. "They are there." A friendship formed under such circumstances soon led to closer relations. When discreetly questioned, Arsène Lupin confessed his poverty and distress. Immediately, the unfortunate young man was appointed private secretary to the Imberts, husband and wife, at a salary of 100 francs a month. He was to come to the house every day and receive orders for his work, and a room on the second floor was set apart as his office. This room was directly over Monsieur Imbert's office. Arsène soon realized that his position as secretary was essentially a sinecure. During the first 2 months he had only 4 important letters to recopy, and was called only once to Monsieur Imbert's office. Consequently, he had only one opportunity to contemplate, officially, the Imbert safe. Moreover, he noticed that the secretary was not invited to the social functions of the employer. But he did not complain, as he preferred to remain, modestly, in the shade and maintain his peace and freedom. However, he was not wasting any time. From the beginning he made clandestine visits to Monsieur Imbert's office, and paid his respects to the safe, which was hermetically closed. It was an immense block of iron and steel, cold and stern in appearance, which could not be forced open by the ordinary tools of the burglar's trade. But Arsène Lupin was not discouraged. "Where force fails, cunning prevails," he said to himself. "The essential thing is to be on the spot when the opportunity occurs. In the meantime, I must watch and wait." He immediately made some preliminary preparations. After careful soundings made upon the floor of his room, he introduced a lead pipe which penetrated the ceiling of Monsieur Imbert's office at a point between the 2 screeds of the cornice. By means of this pipe, he hoped to see and hear what transpired in the room below. Henceforth, he passed his days stretched at full length upon the floor. He frequently saw the Imberts holding a consultation in front of the safe, investigating books and papers. When they turned the combination lock, he tried to learn the figures and the number of turns they made to the right and left. He watched their movements, he sought to catch their words. There was also a key necessary to complete the opening of the safe. What did they do with it? Did they hide it? One day he saw them leave the room without locking the safe. He descended the stairs quickly, and boldly entered the room. But they had returned. "Oh, excuse me," he said. "I made a mistake in the door." "Come in, Monsieur Lupin, come in," cried Madame Imbert. "Are you not at home here? We want your advice. What bonds should we sell? The foreign securities or government annuities?" "But the injunction," said Lupin with surprise. "Oh, it doesn't cover all the bonds." She opened the door of the safe and withdrew a package of bonds. But her husband protested. "No, no, Gervase. It would be foolish to sell the foreign bonds. They are going up, whilst the annuities are as high as they ever will be. What do you think, my dear friend?" The dear friend had no opinion, yet he advised the sacrifice of the annuities. Then she withdrew another package, and, from it, she took a paper at random. It proved to be a 3% annuity worth 2,000 francs. Ludovic placed the package of bonds in his pocket. That afternoon, accompanied by his secretary, he sold the annuities to a stockbroker and realized 46,000 francs. Whatever Madame Imbert might have said about it, Arsène Lupin did not feel at home in the Imbert house. On the contrary, his position there was a peculiar one. He learned that the servants did not even know his name. They called him Monsieur. Ludovic always spoke of him in the same way. "You will tell Monsieur. Has the Monsieur arrived?" Why that mysterious appellation? Moreover, after their first outburst of enthusiasm, the Imberts seldom spoke to him, and, although treating him with consideration due to a benefactor, they gave him little or no attention. They appeared to regard him as an eccentric character who did not like to be disturbed, and they respected his isolation as if it were a stringent rule on his part. On one occasion, while passing through the vestibule, he heard Madame Imbert say to the two gentlemen, "He is such a barbarian." "Very well," he said to himself, "I am a barbarian," and, without seeking to solve the question of their strange conduct, he proceeded with the execution of his own plans. He had decided that he could not depend on chance, nor on the negligence of Madame Imbert, who carried the key of the safe, and who, on locking the safe, invariably scattered the letters forming the combination of the lock. Consequently, he must act for himself. Finally, an incident precipitated matters. It was the vehement campaign instituted against the Imberts by certain newspapers that accused the Imberts of swindling. Arsène Lupin was present at certain family conferences when this new vicissitude was discussed. He decided that if he waited much longer, he would lose everything. During the next 5 days, instead of leaving the house about 6 o'clock, according to his usual habit, he locked himself in his room. It was supposed that he had gone out, but he was lying on the floor surveying the office of Monsieur Imbert. During those 5 evenings, the favourable opportunity that he awaited did not take place. He left the house about midnight by a side door to which he held the key, but on the 6th day he learned that the Imberts, actuated by the malevolent insinuations of their enemies, proposed to make an inventory of the contents of the safe. "They will do it tonight," thought Lupin, and truly, after dinner, Imbert and his wife retired to the office and commenced to examine the books of account and the securities contained in the safe. Thus, 1 hour after another passed away. He heard the servants go upstairs to their rooms. No one now remained on the first floor. Midnight. The Imberts were still at work. "I must get to work," murmured Lupin. He opened his window. It opened on a court. Outside, everything was dark and quiet. He took from his desk a knotted rope, fastened it to the balcony in front of his window, and quietly descended as far as the window below, which was that of Imbert's office. He stood upon the balcony for a moment, motionless, with attentive ear and watchful eye, but the heavy curtains effectively concealed the interior of the room. He cautiously pushed on the double window. If no one had examined it, it ought to yield to the slightest pressure, for, during the afternoon, he had so fixed the bolt that it would not enter the staple. The window yielded to his touch. Then, with infinite care, he pushed it open sufficiently to admit his head. He parted the curtains a few inches, looked in, and saw Monsieur Imbert and his wife sitting in front of the safe, deeply absorbed in their work and speaking softly to each other at rare intervals. He calculated the distance between him and them, considered the exact movements he would require to make in order to overcome them, one after the other, before they could call for help, and he was about to rush upon them, when Madame Imbert said, "Ah, the room is getting quite cold. I am going to bed. And you, my dear? I shall stay and finish." "Finish? Why, that will take you all night." "Not at all. An hour, at the most." She retired. 20 minutes. 30 minutes passed. Arsène pushed the window a little farther open. The curtains shook. He pushed once more. Monsieur Imbert turned, and, seeing the curtains blown by the wind, he rose to close the window. There was not a cry, not the trace of struggle. With a few precise movements, and without causing him the least injury, Arsène stunned him, wrapped the curtain about his head, bound him hand and foot, and did it all in such a manner that Monsieur Imbert had no opportunity to recognize his assailant. Quickly he approached the safe, seized 2 packages that he placed under his arm, left the office, and opened the servants' gate. A carriage was stationed in the street. "Take that first, and follow me," he said to the coachman. He returned to the office, and in 2 trips they emptied the safe. Then Arsène went to his own room, removed the rope, and all other traces of his clandestine work. A few hours later, Arsène Lupin and his assistant examined the stolen goods. Lupin was not disappointed, as he had foreseen that the wealth of the Imberts had been greatly exaggerated. It did not consist of hundreds of millions, nor even tens of millions. Yet it amounted to a very respectable sum, and Lupin expressed his satisfaction. "Of course," he said, "there will be a considerable loss when we come to sell the bonds, as we will have to dispose of them surreptitiously at reduced prices. In the meantime, they will rest quietly on my desk awaiting a propitious moment." Arsène saw no reason why he should not go to the Imbert house the next day. But a perusal of the morning papers revealed this startling fact. Ludovic and Gervais Imbert had disappeared. When the officers of the law seized the safe and opened it, they found there what Arsène Lupin had left. Nothing. Such are the facts, and I learned the sequel to them, one day, when Arsène Lupin was in a confidential mood. He was pacing to and fro in my room, with a nervous step and a feverish eye that were unusual to him. "After all," I said to him, "it was your most successful venture." Without making a direct reply, he said, "There are some impenetrable secrets connected with that affair, some obscure points that escape my comprehension. For instance, what caused their flight? Why did they not take advantage of the help I unconsciously gave them? It would have been so simple to say, 100 millions were in the safe. They are no longer there, because they have been stolen. They lost their nerve. Yes, that is it. They lost their nerve. On the other hand, it is true." "What is true?" "Oh, nothing." What was the meaning of Lupin's reticence? It was quite obvious that he had not told me everything. There was something he was loath to tell. His conduct puzzled me. It must indeed be a very serious matter to cause such a man as Arsène Lupin even a momentary hesitation. I threw out a few questions at random. "Have you seen them since?" No. And have you never experienced the slightest degree of pity for those unfortunate people? I, he exclaimed, with a start. His sudden excitement astonished me. Had I touched him in a sore spot? I continued. Of course. If you had not left them alone, they might have been able to face the danger, or at least made their escape with full pockets. What do you mean? He said indignantly. I suppose you have an idea that my soul should be filled with remorse? Call it remorse or regrets, anything you like. They are not worth it. Have you no regrets or remorse for having stolen their fortune? What fortune? The packages of bonds you took from their safe. Oh, I stole their bonds, did I? I deprived them of a portion of their wealth. Is that my crime? Ah, my dear boy, you do not know the truth. You never imagined that those bonds were not worth the paper they were written on. Those bonds were false. They were counterfeit. Every one of them. Do you understand? They were counterfeit. I looked at him, astounded. Counterfeit. 4 or 5 millions. Yes, counterfeit, he exclaimed in a fit of rage. Only so many scraps of paper. I couldn't raise a sou on the whole of them. And you ask me if I have any remorse. They are the ones who should have remorse and pity. They played me for a simpleton, and I fell into their trap. I was their latest victim, their most stupid gull. He was affected by genuine anger, the result of malice and wounded pride. He continued, "From start to finish, I got the worst of it. Do you know the part one played in that affair, or rather the part they made me play? That of André Brawford. Yes, my boy, that is the truth, and I never suspected it. It was not until afterwards, on reading the newspapers, that the light finally dawned in my stupid brain. Whilst I was posing as his saviour, as the gentleman who had risked his life to rescue Monsieur Imbert from the clutches of an assassin, they were passing me off as Brawford. Wasn't that splendid? That eccentric individual who had a room on the second floor, that barbarian that was exhibited only at a distance, was Brawford, and Brawford was I. Thanks to me, and to the confidence that I inspired under the name of Brawford, they were able to borrow money from the bankers and other moneylenders. What an experience for a novice! And I swear to you that I shall profit from the lesson." He stopped, seized my arm, and said to me, in a tone of exasperation, "My dear fellow, at this very moment, Gervais Imbert owes me 1,500 francs. I could not refrain from laughter. His rage was so grotesque. He was making a mountain out of a molehill. In a moment he laughed himself, and said, "Yes, my boy, 1,500 francs. You must know that I had not received one sou of my promised salary, and more than that, she had borrowed from me the sum of 1,500 francs, all my youthful savings. And do you know why? To devote the money to charity. I am giving you a straight story. She wanted it for some poor people she was assisting, unknown to her husband, and my hard-earned money was wormed out of me by that silly pretence. Isn't it amusing, eh? Arsène Lupin made out of 1,500 francs by the fair lady from whom he stole 4 millions in counterfeit bonds. And what a vast amount of time and patience and cunning I expended to achieve that result. It was the first time in my life that I was played for a fool, and I frankly confess that I was fooled that time to the Queen's taste. Chapter 8. The Black Pearl. A violent ringing of the bell awakened the concierge of number 9, Avenue Hoche. She pulled the door-string, grumbling. "I thought everybody was in. It must be 3 o'clock. Perhaps it is someone for the doctor," muttered her husband. At that moment a voice inquired, "Dr. Harrel, what floor?" "3rd floor, left. But the doctor won't go out at night. He must go tonight." The visitor entered the vestibule, ascended to the 1st floor, the 2nd, the 3rd, and, without stopping at the doctor's door, he continued to the 5th floor. There he tried 2 keys. One of them fitted the lock. "Ah, good," he murmured. "That simplifies the business wonderfully. But before I commence work, I had better arrange for my retreat. Let me see. Have I had sufficient time to rouse the doctor and be dismissed by him? Not yet. A few minutes more." At the end of 10 minutes he descended the stairs, grumbling noisily about the doctor. The concierge opened the door for him and heard it click behind him. But the door did not lock, as the man had quickly inserted a piece of iron in the lock in such a manner that the bolt could not enter. Then, quietly, he entered the house again, unknown to the concierge. In case of alarm, his retreat was assured. Noiselessly, he ascended to the 5th floor once more. In the antechamber, by the light of his electric lantern, he placed his hat and overcoat on one of the chairs, took a seat on another, and covered his heavy shoes with felt slippers. "Oof! Here I am, and how simple it was! I wonder why more people do not adopt the profitable and pleasant occupation of burglars. With a little care and reflection, it becomes a most delightful profession. Not too quiet and monotonous, of course, as it would then become wearisome." He unfolded a detailed plan of the apartment. "Let me commence by locating myself. Here I see the vestibule in which I am sitting. On the street front, the drawing-room, the boudoir and dining-room. Useless to waste any time there, as it appears that the Countess has a deplorable taste. Not a bibelot of any value. Now, let's get down to business. Ah, here is a corridor. It must lead to the bedchambers. At a distance of 3 meters, I should come to the door of the wardrobe closet which connects with the chamber of the Countess." He folded his plan, extinguished his lantern, and proceeded down the corridor, counting his distance, thus: 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Here is the door. Mon Dieu, how easy it is! Only a small, simple bolt now separates me from the chamber, and I know that the bolt is located exactly 1 meter, 43 centimeters, from the floor, so that, thanks to a small incision I am about to make, I can soon get rid of the bolt. He drew from his pocket the necessary instruments. Then the following idea occurred to him. Suppose, by chance, the door is not bolted. I will try it first. He turned the knob, and the door opened. My brave Lupin, surely fortune favours you. What's to be done now? You know the situation of the rooms. You know the place in which the Countess hides the black pearl. Therefore, in order to secure the black pearl, you have simply to be more silent than silence, more invisible than darkness itself. Arsène Lupin was employed fully a half-hour in opening the second door, a glass door that led to the Countess' bedchamber. But he accomplished it with so much skill and precaution that even had the Countess been awake, she would not have heard the slightest sound. According to the plan of the rooms that he holds, he has merely to pass around a reclining chair and, beyond that, a small table close to the bed. On the table there was a box of letter paper, and the black pearl was concealed in that box. He stooped and crept cautiously over the carpet, following the outlines of the reclining chair. When he reached the extremity of it, he stopped in order to repress the throbbing of his heart. Although he was not moved by any sense of fear, he found it impossible to overcome the nervous anxiety that one usually feels in the midst of profound silence. That circumstance astonished him, because he had passed through many more solemn moments without the slightest trace of emotion. No danger threatened him. Then why did his heart throb like an alarm bell? Was it that sleeping woman who affected him? Was it the proximity of another pulsating heart? He listened, and thought he could discern the rhythmical breathing of a person asleep. It gave him confidence, like the presence of a friend. He sought and found the armchair, then by slow, cautious movements advanced toward the table, feeling ahead of him with an outstretched arm. His right hand touched one of the feet of the table. Now he had simply to rise, take the pearl, and escape. That was fortunate, as his heart was leaping in his breast like a wild beast, and made so much noise that he feared it would wake the Countess. By a powerful effort of the will, he subdued the wild throbbing of his heart, and was about to rise from the floor when his left hand encountered, lying on the floor, an object which he recognized as a candlestick, an overturned candlestick. A moment later his hand encountered another object, a clock, one of those small travelling clocks, covered with leather. Well, what had happened? He could not understand. That candlestick, that clock. Why were those articles not in their accustomed places? What had happened in the dreadful silence of the night? Suddenly a cry escaped him. He had touched, some strange, unutterable thing. No, no, he thought, it cannot be. It is some fantasy of my excited brain. For 20 seconds, 30 seconds, he remained motionless, terrified, his forehead bathed with perspiration, and his fingers still retained the sensation of that dreadful contact. Making a desperate effort, he ventured to extend his arm again. Once more, his hand encountered that strange, unutterable thing. He felt it. He must feel it and find out what it is. He found that it was hair, human hair, and a human face, and that face was cold, almost icy. However frightful the circumstances may be, a man like Arsène Lupin controls himself and commands the situation as soon as he learns what it is. So, Arsène Lupin quickly brought his lantern into use. A woman was lying before him, covered with blood. Her neck and shoulders were covered with gaping wounds. He leaned over her and made a closer examination. She was dead, 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 he repeated, with a bewildered air. He stared at those fixed eyes, that grim mouth, that livid flesh, and that blood, all that blood which had flowed over the carpet and congealed there in thick black spots. He arose and turned on the electric lights. Then he beheld all the marks of a desperate struggle. The bed was in a state of great disorder. On the floor, the candlestick and the clock, with the hands pointing to 20 minutes after 11. Then, further away, an overturned chair, and everywhere there was blood, spots of blood and pools of blood. "And the black pearl," he murmured. The box of letter paper was in its place. He opened it eagerly. The jewel case was there, but it was empty. "Victor," he muttered, "you boasted of your good fortune much too soon, my friend Lupin. with the Countess lying cold and dead, and the black pearl vanished, the situation is anything but pleasant. Get out of here as soon as you can, or you may get into serious trouble. Yet he did not move. Get out of here? Yes, of course. Any person would, except Arsène Lupin. He has something better to do. Now, to proceed in an orderly way. At all events, you have a clear conscience. Let us suppose that you are the commissary of police, and that you are proceeding to make an inquiry concerning this affair. Yes, but in order to do that, I require a clearer brain. Mine is muddled like a ragout. He tumbled into an armchair, with his clenched hands pressed against his burning forehead. The murder of Avenue Hoche is one of those which have recently surprised and puzzled the Parisian public, and certainly I should never have mentioned the affair if the veil of mystery had not been removed by Arsène Lupin himself. No one knew the exact truth of the case. Who did not know, from having met her in the Bois, the fair Leontine Zalti, the once famous Cantatrice, wife and widow of the Count d'Andelot, the Zalti whose luxury dazzled all Paris some 20 years ago, the Zalti who acquired an European reputation for the magnificence of her diamonds and pearls. It was said that she wore upon her shoulders the capital of several banking houses and the gold mines of numerous Australian companies. Skilful jewellers worked for Zalti as they had formerly wrought for kings and queens. And who does not remember the catastrophe in which all that wealth was swallowed up? Of all that marvellous collection, nothing remained except the famous black pearl. The black pearl! That is to say, a fortune, if she had wished to part with it. But she preferred to keep it, to live in a commonplace apartment with her companion, her cook, and a manservant, rather than sell that inestimable jewel. There was a reason for it, a reason she was not afraid to disclose. The black pearl was the gift of an emperor. Almost ruined, and reduced to the most mediocre existence, she remained faithful to the companion of her happy and brilliant youth. The black pearl never left her possession. She wore it during the day, and at night concealed it in a place known to her alone. All these facts, being republished in the columns of the public press, served to stimulate curiosity, and, strange to say, but quite obvious to those who have the key to the mystery, the arrest of the presumed assassin only complicated the question and prolonged the excitement. 2 days later, the newspapers published the following item. Information has reached us of the arrest of Victor Danager, the servant of the Countess d'Andelot. The evidence against him is clear and convincing. On the silken sleeve of his liveried waistcoat, which Chief Detective Dudouis found in his garret between the mattresses of his bed, several spots of blood were discovered. In addition, a cloth-covered button was missing from that garment, and this button was found beneath the bed of the victim. It is supposed that, after dinner, in place of going to his own room, Danager slipped into the wardrobe closet, and, through the glass door, had seen the Countess hide the precious black pearl. This is simply a theory, as yet unverified by any evidence. There is, also, another obscure point. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Danager went to the tobacco shop on the Boulevard de Courcelles. The concierge and the shopkeeper both affirm this fact. On the other hand, the Countess' companion and cook, who sleep at the end of the hall, both declare that, when they arose at 8 o'clock, the door of the antechamber and the door of the kitchen were locked. These two persons have been in the service of the Countess for 20 years, and are above suspicion. The question is, how did Danager leave the apartment? Did he have another key? These are matters that the police will investigate. As a matter of fact, the police investigation threw no light on the mystery. It was learned that Victor Danager was a dangerous criminal, a drunkard and a debauchee. But, as they proceeded with the investigation, the mystery deepened and new complications arose. In the first place, a young woman, Mademoiselle de Sincleves, the cousin and sole heiress of the Countess, declared that the Countess, a month before her death, had written a letter to her, and in it described the manner in which the black pearl was concealed. The letter disappeared the day after she received it. Who had stolen it? Again, the concierge related how she had opened the door for a person who had inquired for Dr. Harrel. On being questioned, the doctor testified that no one had rung his bell. Then who was that person? An accomplice. The theory of an accomplice was thereupon adopted by the press and public, and also by Ganimard, the famous detective. "Lupin is at the bottom of this affair," he said to the judge. "Bah!" exclaimed the judge. "You have Lupin on the brain. You see him everywhere." "I see him everywhere, because he is everywhere." Say rather that you see him every time you encounter something you cannot explain. Besides, you overlook the fact that the crime was committed at 20 minutes past 11 in the evening, as is shown by the clock, while the nocturnal visit, mentioned by the concierge, occurred at 3 o'clock in the morning. Officers of the law frequently form a hasty conviction as to the guilt of a suspected person, and then distort all subsequent discoveries to conform to their established theory. The deplorable antecedents of Victor Danager, habitual criminal, drunkard, and rake, influenced the judge, and despite the fact that nothing new was discovered in corroboration of the early clues, his official opinion remained firm and unshaken. He closed his investigation, and a few weeks later the trial commenced. It proved to be slow and tedious. The judge was listless, and the public prosecutor presented the case in a careless manner. Under those circumstances, Danager's counsel had an easy task. He pointed out the defects and inconsistencies of the case for the prosecution, and argued that the evidence was quite insufficient to convict the accused. Who had made the key, the indispensable key without which Danager, on leaving the apartment, could not have locked the door behind him? Who had ever seen such a key, and what had become of it? Who had seen the assassin's knife, and where is it now? In any event, argued the prisoner's counsel, the prosecution must prove, beyond any reasonable doubt, that the prisoner committed the murder. The prosecution must show that the mysterious individual who entered the house at 3 o'clock in the morning is not the guilty party. To be sure, the clock indicated 11 o'clock. But what of that? I contend that proves nothing. The assassin could turn the hands of the clock to any hour he pleased, and thus deceive us in regard to the exact hour of the crime. Victor Danager was acquitted. He left the prison on Friday about dusk in the evening, weak and depressed by his 6 months' imprisonment. The inquisition, the solitude, the trial, the deliberations of the jury, combined to fill him with a nervous fear. At night, he had been afflicted with terrible nightmares and haunted by weird visions of the scaffold. He was a mental and physical wreck. Under the assumed name of Anatole Dufour, he rented a small room on the heights of Montmartre, and lived by doing odd jobs wherever he could find them. He led a pitiful existence. 3 times he obtained regular employment, only to be recognized and then discharged. Sometimes he had an idea that men were following him, detectives, no doubt, who were seeking to trap and denounce him. He could almost feel the strong hand of the law clutching him by the collar. One evening, as he was eating his dinner at a neighboring restaurant, a man entered and took a seat at the same table. He was a person about 40 years of age, and wore a frock-coat of doubtful cleanliness. He ordered soup, vegetables, and a bottle of wine. After he had finished his soup, he turned his eyes on Danager, and gazed at him intently. Danager winced. He was certain that this was one of the men who had been following him for several weeks. What did he want? Danager tried to rise, but failed. His limbs refused to support him. The man poured himself a glass of wine, and then filled Danager's glass. The man raised his glass, and said, "To your health, Victor Danager." Victor started in alarm, and stammered, "I... No, no. I swear to you." "You will swear what? That you are not yourself? The servant of the Countess." "What servant?" "My name is Dufour. Ask the proprietor." "Yes, Anatole Dufour to the proprietor of this restaurant, but Victor Danager to the officers of the law." "That's not true. Someone has lied to you." The newcomer took a card from his pocket and handed it to Victor, who read on it, "Grimorden, ex-inspector of the detective force. Private business transacted." Victor shuddered as he said, "You are connected with the police?" "No, not now. But I have a liking for the business, and I continue to work at it in a manner more profitable. From time to time I strike upon a golden opportunity, such as your case presents." "My case?" "Yes, yours. I assure you it is a most promising affair, provided you are inclined to be reasonable." "But if I am not reasonable?" "Oh, my good fellow, you are not in a position to refuse me anything I may ask." "What is it you want?" stammered Victor fearfully. "Well, I will inform you in a few words. I am sent by Mademoiselle de Sincleves, the heiress of the Countess d'Andelot." "What for?" "To recover the black pearl." "Black pearl?" "That you stole." "But I haven't got it." "You have it." "If I had, then I would be the assassin." "You are the assassin." Danager showed a forced smile. "Fortunately for me, monsieur, the assize court was not of your opinion. The jury returned a unanimous verdict of acquittal, and when a man has a clear conscience and 12 good men in his favour, the ex-inspector seized him by the arm and said, 'No fine phrases, my boy. Now, listen to me and weigh my words carefully. You will find they are worthy of your consideration. Now, Danager, 3 weeks before the murder, you abstracted the cook's key to the servant's door, and had a duplicate key made by a locksmith named Outwitting, 244 Rue Oberkampf." "It's a lie, it's a lie," growled Victor. "No person has seen that key. There is no such key. Here it is." After a silence, Grimorden continued, "You killed the Countess with a knife purchased by you at the Bazaar de la République on the same day as you ordered the duplicate key. It has a triangular blade with a groove running from end to end." "That is all nonsense. You are simply guessing at something you don't know. No one ever saw the knife. Here it is." Victor Danager recoiled. The ex-inspector continued, "There are some spots of rust upon it. Shall I tell you how they got there?" "Well." "You have a key and a knife. Who can prove that they belong to me?" "The locksmith, and the clerk from whom you bought the knife. I have already refreshed their memories, and, when you confront them, they cannot fail to recognize you." His speech was dry and hard, with a tone of firmness and precision. Danager was trembling with fear, and yet he struggled desperately to maintain an air of indifference. Is that all the evidence you have? Oh, no, not at all. I have plenty more. For instance, after the crime, you went out the same way you had entered, but in the centre of the wardrobe room, being seized by some sudden fear, you leaned against the wall for support. How do you know that? No one could know such a thing, argued the desperate man. The police know nothing about it, of course. They never think of lighting a candle and examining the walls. But if they had done so, they would have found on the white plaster a faint red spot, quite distinct, however, to trace in it the imprint of your thumb which you had pressed against the wall while it was wet with blood. Now, as you are well aware, under the Bertillon system, thumb marks are one of the principal means of identification. Victor Danager was livid. Great drops of perspiration rolled down his face and fell upon the table. He gazed, with a wild look, at the strange man who had narrated the story of his crime as faithfully as if he had been an invisible witness to it. Overcome and powerless, Victor bowed his head. He felt that it was useless to struggle against this marvellous man. So he said, "How much will you give me if I give you the pearl?" "Nothing." "Oh, you are joking. Or do you mean that I should give you an article worth thousands and hundreds of thousands and get nothing in return? You will get your life. Is that nothing?" The unfortunate man shuddered. Then Grimorden added, in a milder tone, "Come, Danager, that pearl has no value in your hands. It is quite impossible for you to sell it, so what is the use of keeping it? There are pawnbrokers, and some day I will be able to get something for it. But that day may be too late." "Why?" "Because by that time you may be in the hands of the police, and with the evidence that I can furnish, the knife, the key, the thumb mark, what will become of you?" Victor rested his head on his hands and reflected. He felt that he was lost, irremediably lost, and at the same time a sense of weariness and depression overcame him. He murmured faintly, "When must I give it to you?" "Tonight, within an hour." "If I refuse?" "If you refuse, I shall post this letter to the Procureur of the Republic, in which letter Mademoiselle de Sincleves denounces you as the assassin." Danager poured out 2 glasses of wine, which he drank in rapid succession, then, rising, said, "Pay the bill, and let us go. I have had enough of the cursed affair." Night had fallen. The 2 men walked down the Rue Lepic and followed the exterior boulevards in the direction of the Place de l'Étoile. They pursued their way in silence. Victor had a stooping carriage and a dejected face. When they reached the Parc Monceau, he said, "We are near the house. Parbleu! You only left the house once, before your arrest, and that was to go to the tobacco shop." "Here it is," said Danager, in a dull voice. They passed along the garden wall of the Countess' house, and crossed a street on a corner of which stood the tobacco shop. A few steps further on, Danager stopped. His limbs shook beneath him, and he sank to a bench. "Well, what now?" demanded his companion. "It is there." "Where?" "Come now, no nonsense." "There, in front of us." "Where?" "Between 2 paving stones." "Which?" "Look for it." "Which stones?" Victor made no reply. "Ah, I see," exclaimed Grimorden. "You want me to pay for the information." "No, but I am afraid I will starve to death." "So that is why you hesitate. Well, I'll not be hard on you. How much do you want?" Enough to buy a steerage pass to America. All right. And 100 francs to keep me until I get work there. You shall have 200. Now, speak. Count the paving stones to the right from the sewer hole. The pearl is between the 12th and 13th. In the gutter? Yes, close to the sidewalk. Grimorden glanced around to see if anyone was looking. Some tramcars and pedestrians were passing. But, bah, they will not suspect anything. He opened his pocket-knife and thrust it between the 12th and 13th stones. "And if it is not there," he said to Victor, "it must be there, unless someone saw me stoop down and hide it." Could it be possible that the black pearl had been cast into the mud and filth of the gutter to be picked up by the first comber? The black pearl! A fortune! How far down? He asked. About 10 centimeters. He dug up the wet earth. The point of his knife struck something. He enlarged the hole with his finger. Then he abstracted the black pearl from its filthy hiding-place. "Good. Here are your 200 francs. I will send you the ticket for America." On the following day, this article was published in the Echo de France, and was copied by the leading newspapers throughout the world. Yesterday, the famous black pearl came into the possession of Arsène Lupin, who recovered it from the murderer of the Countess d'Andelot. In a short time, facsimiles of that precious jewel will be exhibited in London, St. Petersburg, Calcutta, Buenos Aires, and New York. Arsène Lupin will be pleased to consider all propositions submitted to him through his agents. "And that is how crime is always punished and virtue rewarded," said Arsène Lupin, after he had told me the foregoing history of the black pearl. "And that is how you, under the assumed name of Grimorden, ex-inspector of detectives, were chosen by fate to deprive the criminal of the benefit of his crime." "Exactly. And I confess that the affair gives me infinite satisfaction and pride. The 40 minutes that I spent in the apartment of the Countess d'Andelot, after learning of her death, were the most thrilling and absorbing moments of my life. In those 40 minutes, involved as I was in a most dangerous plight, I calmly studied the scene of the murder, and reached the conclusion that the crime must have been committed by one of the house servants. I also decided that, in order to get the pearl, that servant must be arrested, and so I left the wainscot button. It was necessary, also, for me to hold some convincing evidence of his guilt, so I carried away the knife which I found upon the floor, and the key which I found in the lock. I closed and locked the door, and erased the finger-marks from the plaster in the wardrobe closet. In my opinion, that was one of those flashes. "Of genius," I said, interrupting. "Of genius, if you wish. But, I flatter myself, it would not have occurred to the average mortal to frame, instantly, the two elements of the problem, an arrest and an acquittal, to make use of the formidable machinery of the law to crush and humble my victim, and reduce him to a condition in which, when free, he would be certain to fall into the trap I was laying for him. Poor devil! Poor devil, do you say? Victor Danager, the assassin! He might have descended to the lowest depths of vice and crime, if he had retained the black pearl. Now he lives. Think of that. Victor Danager is alive, and you have the black pearl." He took it out of one of the secret pockets of his wallet, examined it, gazed at it tenderly, and caressed it with loving fingers, and sighed as he said, "What cold Russian prince, what vain and foolish Roger may some day possess this priceless treasure? Or, perhaps, some American millionaire is destined to become the owner of this morsel of exquisite beauty that once adorned the fair bosom of Leontine Zalti, the Countess d'Andelot." Chapter 9. Sherlock Holmes arrives too late. It is truly remarkable, Velmont, what a close resemblance you bear to Arsène Lupin. How do you know? Oh, like everyone else, from photographs. No two are exactly alike, but each leaves the impression of a face, rather like yours. Horace Velmont showed some annoyance. Quite so, my dear Devon, and believe me, you are not the first to have noticed it. It's so striking, persisted Devon, that if you hadn't been recommended to me by my cousin D'Estevan, and if you weren't the celebrated artist whose beautiful marine views I so admire, I have no doubt I would have warned the police of your presence in Dieppe. This remark was met with an outburst of laughter. The large dining hall of the Château de Thibermesnil contained, on this occasion, besides Velmont, the following guests: Father Gellis, the parish priest, and a dozen officers whose regiments were quartered nearby. They had all accepted the invitation of the banker Georges Devon and his mother. One of the officers then remarked, "I understand that an exact description of Arsène Lupin has been furnished to all the police along this coast since his daring exploit on the Paris-Havre Express." "I suppose so," said Devon. "That was 3 months ago, and a week later I made the acquaintance of our friend Velmont at the casino. Since then he has honoured me with several visits, an agreeable preamble to a more serious visit he will pay me one of these days, or rather one of these nights." This speech evoked another round of laughter, and the guests then passed into the ancient Hall of the Guards, a vast, high-ceilinged room that occupied the entire lower part of the Tour Guillaume, William's Tower. Here Georges Devon had collected the incomparable treasures that the lords of Thibermesnil had accumulated over many centuries. It contained ancient chests, credenzas, andirons, and chandeliers. Magnificent tapestries hung on the stone walls. The deep embrasures of the 4 windows were furnished with benches, and the Gothic windows were composed of small panes of coloured glass set in leaden frames. Between the door and the window to the left stood an immense Renaissance-style bookcase. On its pediment, in letters of gold, was the word Thibermesnil, and below it the proud family motto, Face C.K. Wilkes, do what thou wishest. When the guests had lit their cigars, Devon resumed the conversation. "And remember, Velmont, you have no time to lose. In fact, tonight is the last chance you will have." "How so?" asked the painter, who appeared to regard the affair as a joke. Devon was about to reply when his mother motioned him to keep silent. But the excitement of the occasion and a desire to interest his guests urged him to speak. "Bah!" he murmured. "I can tell it now. It won't do any harm." The guests drew closer, and he began to speak with the satisfied air of a man who had an important announcement to make. "Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, Sherlock Holmes, the famous English detective, for whom such a thing as mystery does not exist, Sherlock Holmes, the most remarkable solver of enigmas the world has ever known, that marvellous man who would seem to be the creation of a romantic novelist, Sherlock Holmes will be my guest." Immediately, Devon was the target of numerous eager questions. "Is Sherlock Holmes really coming? Is it as serious as that? Is Arsène Lupin really in this neighbourhood? Arsène Lupin and his band are not far away. Besides the robbery of Baron Cahorn, he is credited with the thefts at Montigny, Gruchet, and Crassville. And now it is my turn. Has he sent you a warning, as he did to Baron Cahorn?" "No," replied Devon. "He can't work the same trick twice." "What then?" "I will show you." He rose, and pointing to a small empty space between 2 enormous folios on one of the bookcase shelves, he said, "There used to be a book there, a 16th-century book entitled Chronique de Thibermesnil, which contained the history of the castle since its construction by Duke Rollo on the site of a former feudal fortress. There were 3 engraved plates in the book. One was a general view of the whole estate, another the plan of the buildings, and the third, I call your attention to it particularly, the third was the sketch of a subterranean passage. An entrance to it is outside the first line of ramparts, while the other end of the passage is here, in this very room. Well, that book disappeared a month ago. The deuce, said Valmont, that looks bad. But there doesn't seem to be a sufficient reason for sending Sherlock Holmes. Certainly, that was not sufficient in itself, but another incident happened that gives the disappearance of the book a special significance. There was another copy of this book in the National Library at Paris, and the 2 books differed in certain details relating to the subterranean passage. For instance, each of them contained drawings and annotations, not printed, but written in ink and more or less effaced. I knew those facts, and I knew that the exact location of the passage could be determined only by comparing the 2 books. Now, the day after my book disappeared, the book was called for in the National Library by a reader who carried it away, and no one knows how the theft was effected. The guests uttered many exclamations of surprise. "Certainly, the affair looks serious," said one. Well, the police investigated the matter, and, as usual, discovered no clue whatsoever. They never do, when Arsène Lupin is concerned. Exactly, and so I decided to ask the assistance of Sherlock Holmes, who replied that he was ready and anxious to enter the lists with Arsène Lupin. "What glory for Arsène Lupin!" said Valmont. "But if our national thief, as they call him, has no evil designs on your castle, Sherlock Holmes will have made his trip in vain. There are other things that will interest him, such as the discovery of the subterranean passage. But you told us that one end of the passage was outside the ramparts, and the other was in this very room." "Yes, but in what part of the room?" "The line which represents the passage on the charts ends here, with a small circle marked with the letters TG, which no doubt stand for Tour Guillaume. But the tower is round, and who can tell the exact spot at which the passage touches the tower?" Devon lit a second cigar and poured himself a glass of Benedictine. His guests pressed him with questions, and he was pleased to observe the interest his remarks had created. Then he continued, "The secret is lost. The secret is lost. No one knows it. The legend is to the effect that the former lords of the castle transmitted the secret from father to son on their deathbeds, until Geoffrey, the last of the race, was beheaded during the Revolution in his 19th year. That was over a century ago. Surely someone has been looking for it since that time." "Yes, but they failed to find it. After I purchased the castle, I made a diligent search for it, but without success. You must remember that this tower is surrounded by water and connected with the castle only by a bridge. Consequently, the passage must be underneath the old moat. The plan that was in the book in the National Library showed a series of stairs with a total of 48 steps, which indicates a depth of more than 10 meters. You see, the mystery lies within the walls of this room, and yet I dislike tearing them down. Is there nothing to show where it is?" "Nothing. Monsieur Devon, we should turn our attention to the 2 quotations," suggested Father Jealous. "Oh," exclaimed Monsieur Devon, laughing, "our worthy father is fond of reading memoirs and delving into the musty archives of the castle. Everything relating to Thibermesnil interests him greatly. But the quotations he mentions only serve to complicate the mystery. He has read somewhere that 2 kings of France have known the key to the puzzle. 2 kings of France. Who were they? Henry IV and Louis XVI. And the legend runs like this. On the eve of the Battle of Arques, Henry IV spent the night in this castle. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Louise de Tancarville, the prettiest woman in Normandy, was brought into the castle through the subterranean passage by Duke Edgard, who, at the same time, informed the king of the secret passage. Afterward, the king confided the secret to his minister Sully, who, in turn, relates the story in his book, Royale's Economies d'État, without making any comment upon it, but linking with it this incomprehensible sentence: "Turn one eye on the bee that shakes, the other I will lead to God." After a brief silence, Valmont laughed and said, "Certainly, it doesn't throw a dazzling light upon the subject." No. But Father Jealous claims that Sully concealed the key to the mystery in this strange sentence in order to keep the secret from the secretaries to whom he dictated his memoirs. "That is an ingenious theory," said Valmont. "Yes, and it may be nothing more. I cannot see that it throws any light on the mysterious riddle. And was it also to receive the visit of a lady that Louis XVI caused the passage to be opened?" "I don't know," said Monsieur Devon. "All I can say is that the king stopped here one night in 1784, and that the famous iron casket found in the Louvre contained a paper bearing these words in the king's own writing: Thibermesnil, March 4th, 11. Horace Valmont laughed heartily and exclaimed, "At last! And now that we have the magic key, where is the man who can fit it to the invisible lock?" "Laugh as much as you please, monsieur," said Father Jealous, "but I am confident the solution is contained in those 2 sentences, and some day we will find a man able to interpret them." "Sherlock Holmes is the man," said Monsieur Devon, "unless Arsène Lupin gets ahead of him. What is your opinion, Valmont?" Valmont arose, placed his hand on Devan's shoulder, and declared, "I think that the information furnished by your book and the book of the National Library was deficient in a very important detail which you have now supplied. I thank you for it. What is it?" "The missing key. Now that I have it, I can go to work at once," said Valmont. "Of course, without losing a minute," said Devon, smiling. "Not even a second," replied Valmont. "Tonight, before the arrival of Sherlock Holmes, I must plunder your castle. You have no time to lose. Oh, by the way, I can drive you over this evening." "To Dieppe?" "Yes. I am going to meet Monsieur and Madame D'Andrel and a young lady of their acquaintance, who are to arrive by the midnight train." Then, addressing the officers, Devon added, "Gentlemen, I shall expect to see all of you at breakfast tomorrow." The invitation was accepted. The company dispersed, and a few moments later Devon and Valmont were speeding toward Dieppe in an automobile. Devon dropped the artist in front of the casino and proceeded to the railway station. At 12 o'clock his friends alighted from the train. A half-hour later the automobile was at the entrance to the castle. At 1 o'clock, after a light supper, they retired. The lights were extinguished, and the castle was enveloped in the darkness and silence of the night. The moon appeared through a rift in the clouds, and filled the drawing-room with its bright white light. But only for a moment. Then the moon again retired behind its ethereal draperies, and darkness and silence reigned supreme. No sound could be heard, save the monotonous ticking of the clock. It struck 2, and then continued its endless repetitions of the seconds. Then 3 o'clock. Suddenly something clicked, like the opening and closing of a signal disc that warns a passing train. A thin stream of light flashed to every corner of the room, like an arrow that leaves behind it a trail of light. It shot forth from the central fluting of a column that supported the pediment of the bookcase. It rested for a moment on the panel opposite, like a glittering circle of burnished silver, then flashed in all directions like a guilty eye that scrutinizes every shadow. It disappeared for a short time, but burst forth again as a whole section of the bookcase revolved on a pivot and disclosed a large opening like a vault. A man entered, carrying an electric lantern. He was followed by a second man, who carried a coil of rope and various tools. The leader inspected the room, listened for a moment, and said, "Call the others." Then 8 men, stout fellows with resolute faces, entered the room, and immediately began to remove the furnishings. Arsène Lupin passed quickly from one piece of furniture to another, examined each, and, according to its size or artistic value, he directed his men to take it or leave it. If ordered to be taken, it was carried to the gaping mouth of the tunnel and ruthlessly thrust into the bowels of the earth. Such was the fate of 6 armchairs, 6 small Louis XV chairs, a quantity of Aubusson tapestries, some candelabra, paintings by Fragonard and Nattier, a bust by Houdon, and some statuettes. Sometimes Lupin would linger before a beautiful chest or a superb picture, and sigh, "That is too heavy, too large, what a pity!" In 40 minutes the room was dismantled, and it had been accomplished in such an orderly manner, and with as little noise as if the various articles had been packed and wadded for the occasion. Lupin said to the last man who departed by way of the tunnel, "You need not come back. You understand that as soon as the autovan is loaded, you are to proceed to the Grange at Roquefort. But you, patron, leave me the motorcycle." When the man had disappeared, Arsène Lupin pushed the section of the bookcase back into its place, carefully effaced the traces of the men's footsteps, raised a portière, and entered a gallery, which was the only means of communication between the tower and the castle. In the centre of this gallery there was a glass cabinet which had attracted Lupin's attention. It contained a valuable collection of watches, snuff-boxes, rings, chatelaines, and miniatures of rare and beautiful workmanship. He forced the lock with a small jimmy and experienced great pleasure in handling those gold and silver ornaments, those exquisite and delicate works of art. He carried a large linen bag, specially prepared for the removal of such knick-knacks. He filled it. Then he filled the pockets of his coat, waistcoat, and trousers, and he was just placing over his left arm a number of pearl reticules when he heard a slight sound. He listened. No, he was not deceived. The noise continued. Then he remembered that, at one end of the gallery, there was a stairway leading to an unoccupied apartment, but which was probably occupied that night by the young lady whom Monsieur Devon had brought from Dieppe with his other visitors. Immediately he extinguished his lantern, and had scarcely gained the friendly shelter of a window embrace when the door at the top of the stairway was opened, and a feeble light illuminated the gallery. He could feel, for, concealed by a curtain, he could not see, that a woman was cautiously descending the upper steps of the stairs. He hoped she would come no closer, yet she continued to descend, and even advanced some distance into the room. Then she uttered a faint cry. No doubt she had discovered the broken and dismantled cabinet. She advanced again. Now he could smell her perfume and hear the throbbing of her heart as she drew closer to the window where he was concealed. She passed so close that her skirt brushed against the window curtain, and Lupin felt that she suspected the presence of another, behind her, in the shadow, within reach of her hand. He thought, "She is afraid. She will go away." But she did not go. The candle that she carried in her trembling hand grew brighter. She turned, hesitated a moment, appeared to listen, then suddenly drew aside the curtain. They stood face to face. Arsène was astounded. He murmured involuntarily, You, mademoiselle." It was Miss Nelly. Miss Nelly. His fellow passenger on the transatlantic steamer, who had been the subject of his dreams on that memorable voyage, who had been a witness to his arrest, and who, rather than betray him, had dropped into the water the kodak in which he had concealed the banknotes and diamonds. Miss Nelly, that charming creature, the memory of whose face had sometimes cheered, sometimes saddened the long hours of imprisonment. It was such an unexpected encounter that brought them face to face in that castle, at that hour of the night, that they could not move, nor utter a word. They were amazed, hypnotized, each at the sudden apparition of the other. Trembling with emotion, Miss Nelly staggered to a seat. He remained standing in front of her. Gradually, he realized the situation, and conceived the impression he must have produced at that moment with his arms laden with knick-knacks, and his pockets and a linen sack overflowing with plunder. He was overcome with confusion, and he actually blushed to find himself in the position of a thief caught in the act. To her, henceforth, he was a thief, a man who puts his hand in another's pocket, who steals into houses and robs people while they sleep. A watch fell upon the floor. Then another. These were followed by other articles which slipped from his grasp one by one. Then, actuated by a sudden decision, he dropped the other articles into an armchair, emptied his pockets, and unpacked his sack. He felt very uncomfortable in Nelly's presence, and stepped toward her with the intention of speaking to her, but she shuddered, rose quickly, and fled toward the salon. The portière closed behind her. He followed her. She was standing, trembling and amazed, at the sight of the devastated room. He said to her at once, "Tomorrow at 3 o'clock everything will be returned. The furniture will be brought back." She made no reply, so he repeated, "I promise it. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Nothing in the world could induce me to break that promise. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock." Then followed a long silence that he dared not break, whilst the agitation of the young girl caused him a feeling of genuine regret. Quietly, without a word, he turned away, thinking, "I hope she will go away. I can't endure her presence." But the young girl suddenly spoke and stammered, "Listen, footsteps. I hear someone." He looked at her with astonishment. She seemed to be overwhelmed by the thought of approaching peril. "I don't hear anything," he said. "But you must go. You must escape." "Why should I go?" "Because you must. Oh, do not remain here another minute. Go." She ran quickly to the door leading to the gallery and listened. No, there was no one there. Perhaps the noise was outside. She waited a moment, then returned reassured. But Arsène Lupin had disappeared. As soon as Monsieur Devon was informed of the pillage of his castle, he said to himself, "It was Velmont who did it, and Velmont is Arsène Lupin." That theory explained everything, and there was no other plausible explanation. And yet the idea seemed preposterous. It was ridiculous to suppose that Velmont was anyone other than Velmont, the famous artist and club-fellow of his cousin D'Estevon. So, when the captain of the gendarmes arrived to investigate the affair, Devon did not even think of mentioning his absurd theory. Throughout the forenoon there was a lively commotion at the castle. The gendarmes, the local police, the chief of police from Dieppe, the villagers, all circulated to and fro in the halls, examining every nook and corner that was open to their inspection. The approach of the manoeuvring troops, The rattling fire of the musketry added to the picturesque character of the scene. The preliminary search furnished no clue. Neither the doors nor windows showed any signs of having been disturbed. Consequently, the removal of the goods must have been effected by means of the secret passage. Yet there were no indications of footsteps on the floor, nor any unusual marks upon the walls. Their investigations revealed, however, one curious fact that denoted the whimsical character of Arsène Lupin. The famous chronique of the 16th century had been restored to its accustomed place in the library, and, beside it, there was a similar book, which was none other than the volume stolen from the National Library. At 11 o'clock the military officers arrived. Devon welcomed them with his usual gaiety, for no matter how much chagrin he might suffer from the loss of his artistic treasures, his great wealth enabled him to bear his loss philosophically. His guests, Monsieur and Madame D'Andrel and Miss Nelly, were introduced, and it was then noticed that one of the expected guests had not arrived. It was Horace Valmont. Would he come? His absence had awakened the suspicions of Monsieur Devon, but at 12 o'clock he arrived. Devon exclaimed, "Ah, here you are." "Why am I not punctual?" asked Valmont. "Yes, and I am surprised that you are, after such a busy night. I suppose you know the news." "What news?" "You have robbed the castle." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Valmont, smiling. "Exactly as I predicted. But first escort Miss Underdown to the dining-room. Mademoiselle, allow me." He stopped, as he remarked on the extreme agitation of the young girl. Then, recalling the incident, he said, "Ah, of course, you met Arsène Lupin on the steamer, before his arrest, and you are astonished at the resemblance. Is that it?" She did not reply. Valmont stood before her, smiling. He bowed. She took his proffered arm. He escorted her to her place, and took his seat opposite her. During breakfast, the conversation related exclusively to Arsène Lupin, the stolen goods, the secret passage, and Sherlock Holmes. It was only at the close of the meal, when the conversation had drifted to other subjects, that Valmont took any part in it. Then he was, by turns, amusing and grave, talkative and pensive, and all his remarks seemed to be directed to the young girl. But she, quite absorbed, did not appear to hear them. Coffee was served on the terrace overlooking the court of honour and the flower garden in front of the principal façade. The regimental band played on the lawn, and scores of soldiers and peasants wandered through the park. Miss Nelly had not forgotten, for one moment, Lupin's solemn promise. "Tomorrow, at 3 o'clock, everything will be returned." At 3 o'clock! And the hands of the great clock in the right wing of the castle now marked 20 minutes to 3. In spite of herself, her eyes wandered to the clock every minute. She also watched Valmont, who was calmly swinging to and fro in a comfortable rocking-chair. 10 minutes to 3. 5 minutes to 3. Nelly was impatient and anxious. Was it possible that Arsène Lupin would carry out his promise at the appointed hour, when the castle, the courtyard, and the park were filled with people, and at the very moment when the officers of the law were pursuing their investigations? And yet Arsène Lupin had given her his solemn promise. It will be exactly as he said, thought she, so deeply was she impressed with the authority, energy, and assurance of that remarkable man. To her, it no longer assumed the form of a miracle, but, on the contrary, a natural incident that must occur in the ordinary course of events. She blushed and turned her head. 3 o'clock! The great clock struck slowly. 1, 2, 3. Horace Valmont took out his watch, glanced at the clock, then returned the watch to his pocket. A few seconds passed in silence, and then the crowd in the courtyard parted to give passage to 2 wagons that had just entered the park gate, each drawn by 2 horses. They were army wagons, which were used for the transportation of provisions, tents, and other necessary military stores. They stopped in front of the main entrance, and a commissary sergeant leaped from one of the wagons and inquired for Monsieur Devon. A moment later that gentleman emerged from the house, descended the steps, and, under the canvas covers of the wagons, beheld his furniture, pictures, and ornaments carefully packaged and arranged. When questioned, the sergeant produced an order that he had received from the officer of the day. By that order, the 2nd Company of the 4th Battalion was commanded to proceed to the crossroads of Halleux in the forest of Arques, gather up the furniture and other articles deposited there, and deliver same to Monsieur Georges Devon, owner of the Thibermesnil Castle, at 3 o'clock. Signed, Colonel Beauville. At the crossroads, explained the sergeant, we found everything ready, lying on the grass, guarded by some passers-by. It seemed very strange, but the order was imperative. One of the officers examined the signature. He declared it a forgery, but a clever imitation. The wagons were unloaded, and the goods restored to their proper places in the castle. During this commotion, Nelly had remained alone at the extreme end of the terrace, absorbed by confused and distracted thoughts. Suddenly, she observed Valmont approaching her. She would have avoided him, but the balustrade that surrounded the terrace cut off her retreat. She was cornered. She could not move. A gleam of sunshine, passing through the scant foliage of a bamboo, lighted up her beautiful golden hair. Someone spoke to her in a low voice. "Have I not kept my promise?" Arsène Lupin stood close to her. No one else was near. He repeated in a calm, soft voice, "Have I not kept my promise?" He expected a word of thanks, or at least some slight movement that would betray her interest in the fulfilment of his promise. But she remained silent. Her scornful attitude annoyed Arsène Lupin, and he realized the vast distance that separated him from Miss Nelly, now that she had learned the truth. He would gladly have justified himself in her eyes, or at least pleaded extenuating circumstances, but he perceived the absurdity and futility of such an attempt. Finally, dominated by a surging flood of memories, he murmured, "Ah, how long ago that was! You remember the long hours on the deck of the Provence. Then you carried a rose in your hand, a white rose like the one you carry today. I asked you for it. You pretended you did not hear me. After you had gone away, I found the rose, forgotten no doubt, and I kept it." She made no reply. She seemed to be far away. He continued, "In memory of those happy hours, forget what you have learned since. Separate the past from the present. Do not regard me as the man you saw last night, but look at me, if only for a moment, as you did in those far-off days when I was Bernard d'Andracy, for a short time. Will you, please?" She raised her eyes and looked at him as he had requested. Then, without saying a word, she pointed to a ring he was wearing on his forefinger. Only the ring was visible, but the setting, which was turned toward the palm of his hand, consisted of a magnificent ruby. Arsène Lupin blushed. The ring belonged to Georges Devon. He smiled bitterly and said, "You are right. Nothing can be changed. Arsène Lupin is now and always will be Arsène Lupin. To you, He cannot be even so much as a memory. Pardon me. I should have known that any attention I may now offer you is simply an insult. Forgive me." He stepped aside, hat in hand. Nelly passed before him. He was inclined to detain her and beseech her forgiveness, but his courage failed, and he contented himself by following her with his eyes, as he had done when she descended the gangway to the pier at New York. She mounted the steps leading to the door, and disappeared within the house. He saw her no more. A cloud obscured the sun. Arsène Lupin stood watching the imprints of her tiny feet in the sand. Suddenly, he gave a start. Upon the box which contained the bamboo, beside which Nelly had been standing, he saw the rose, the white rose which he had desired but dared not ask for. Forgotten, no doubt, it also. But how? Designedly or through distraction? He seized it eagerly. Some of its petals fell to the ground. He picked them up, one by one, like precious relics. "Come," he said to himself, "I have nothing more to do here. I must think of my safety before Sherlock Holmes arrives." The park was deserted, but some gendarmes were stationed at the park gate. He entered a grove of pine trees, leaped over the wall, and, as a short cut to the railroad station, followed a path across the fields. After walking about 10 minutes, he arrived at a spot where the road grew narrower and ran between two steep banks. In this ravine, he met a man travelling in the opposite direction. It was a man about 50 years of age, tall, smooth-shaven, and wearing clothes of a foreign cut. He carried a heavy cane, and a small satchel was strapped across his shoulder. When they met, the stranger spoke with a slight English accent. "Excuse me, monsieur, is this the way to the castle?" "Yes, monsieur, straight ahead, and turn to the left when you come to the wall. They are expecting you." "Ah!" "Yes, my friend Devon told us last night that you were coming, and I am delighted to be the first to welcome you. Sherlock Holmes has no more ardent admirer than myself." There was a touch of irony in his voice that he quickly regretted, for Sherlock Holmes scrutinized him from head to foot with such a keen, penetrating eye that Arsène Lupin experienced the sensation of being seized, imprisoned, and registered by that look more thoroughly and precisely than he had ever been by a camera. "My negative is taken now," he thought, "and it will be useless to use a disguise with that man. He would look right through it. But I wonder, has he recognized me?" They bowed to each other as if about to part. But at that moment they heard a sound of horses' feet, accompanied by a clinking of steel. It was the gendarmes. The two men were obliged to draw back against the embankment, amongst the brushes, to avoid the horses. The gendarmes passed by, but, as they followed each other at a considerable distance, they were several minutes in doing so, and Lupin was thinking, "It all depends on that question. Has he recognized me? If so, he will probably take advantage of the opportunity. It is a trying situation." When the last horseman had passed, Sherlock Holmes stepped forth and brushed the dust from his clothes. Then, for a moment, he and Arsène Lupin gazed at each other, and if a person could have seen them at that moment, it would have been an interesting sight, and memorable as the first meeting of two remarkable men, so strange, so powerfully equipped, both of superior quality, and destined by fate, through their peculiar attributes, to hurl themselves one at the other like two equal forces that nature opposes, one against the other, in the realms of space. Then the Englishman said, "Thank you, monsieur." "You are quite welcome," replied Arsène Lupin. They parted. Lupin went toward the railway station, and Sherlock Holmes continued on his way to the castle. The local officers had given up the investigation after several hours of fruitless efforts, and the people at the castle were awaiting the arrival of the English detective with a lively curiosity. At first sight, they were a little disappointed on account of his commonplace appearance, which differed so greatly from the pictures they had formed of him in their own minds. He did not in any way resemble the romantic hero, the mysterious and diabolical personage that the name of Sherlock Holmes had evoked in their imaginations. However, Monsieur Devon exclaimed with much gusto, "Ah, monsieur, you are here. I am delighted to see you. It is a long-deferred pleasure. Really, I scarcely regret what has happened, since it affords me the opportunity to meet you. But how did you come?" "By the train. But I sent my automobile to meet you at the station. An official reception, eh? With music and fireworks. Oh, no, not for me. That is not the way I do business," grumbled the Englishman. This speech disconcerted Devon, who replied, with a forced smile, "Fortunately, the business has been greatly simplified since I wrote to you." "In what way?" "The robbery took place last night. If you had not announced my intended visit, it is probable the robbery would not have been committed last night." "When, then? Tomorrow, or some other day?" "And in that case, Lupin would have been trapped," said the detective. "And my furniture would not have been carried away." "Ah, but my goods are here. They were brought back at 3 o'clock. By Lupin. By 2 army wagons." Sherlock Holmes put on his cap and adjusted his satchel. Devon exclaimed anxiously, "But, monsieur, what are you going to do?" "I am going home." "Why?" "Your goods have been returned. Arsène Lupin is far away. There is nothing for me to do." "Yes, there is. I need your assistance. What happened yesterday may happen again tomorrow, as we do not know how he entered, or how he escaped, or why, a few hours later, he returned the goods." "Ah, you don't know." The idea of a problem to be solved quickened the interest of Sherlock Holmes. "Very well, let us make a search, at once, and alone, if possible." Devon understood, and conducted the Englishman to the salon. In a dry, crisp voice, in sentences that seemed to have been prepared in advance, Holmes asked a number of questions about the events of the preceding evening, and inquired also concerning the guests and the members of the household. Then he examined the 2 volumes of the Chronique, compared the plans of the subterranean passage, requested a repetition of the sentences discovered by Father Jealous, and then asked, "Was yesterday the first time you have spoken those 2 sentences to anyone?" "Yes." "You had never communicated them to Horace Velmont?" "No." "Well, order the automobile. I must leave in an hour." "In an hour?" "Yes. Within that time, Arsène Lupin solved the problem that you placed before him." "I placed before him?" "Yes, Arsène Lupin or Horace Velmont, same thing." "I thought so." "Ah, the scoundrel!" "Now let us see," said Holmes. "Last night at 10 o'clock you furnished Lupin with the information that he lacked, and that he had been seeking for many weeks. During the night he found time to solve the problem, collect his men, and rob the castle. I shall be quite as expeditious." He walked from end to end of the room in deep thought, then sat down, crossed his long legs and closed his eyes. Devon waited, quite embarrassed. Thought he, "Is the man asleep? Or is he only meditating?" However, he left the room to give some orders, and when he returned he found the detective on his knees, scrutinizing the carpet at the foot of the stairs in the gallery. "What is it?" he inquired. "Look, there, spots from a candle. You are right, and quite fresh. And you will also find them at the top of the stairs, and around the cabinet that Arsène Lupin broke into, and from which he took the bibelots that he afterward placed in this armchair. What do you conclude from that? Nothing. These facts would doubtless explain the cause for the restitution, but that is a side issue that I cannot wait to investigate. The main question is the secret passage. First, tell me, is there a chapel some 200 or 300 meters from the castle? Yes, a ruined chapel, containing the tomb of Duke Rollo. Tell your chauffeur to wait for us near that chapel. My chauffeur hasn't returned. If he had, they would have informed me. Do you think the secret passage runs to the chapel? What reason have—" "I would ask you, monsieur," interrupted the detective, "to furnish me with a ladder and a lantern." "What? Do you require a ladder and a lantern?" "Certainly, or I shouldn't have asked for them." Devan, somewhat disconcerted by this crude logic, rang the bell. The two articles were given with the sternness and precision of military commands. The word "Thibamesnal." Devon placed the ladder as directed, and the Englishman continued, "More to the left, to the right. There. Now, climb up. All the letters are in relief, aren't they?" "Yes. First, turn the letter I one way or the other." "Which one?" "There are two of them." "The first one." Devon took hold of the letter and exclaimed, "Ah, yes, it turns toward the right." "Who told you that?" Sherlock Holmes did not reply to the question, but continued his directions. "Now, take the letter B, move it back and forth as you would a bolt." Devon did so, and, to his great surprise, it produced a clicking sound. "Quite right," said Holmes. "Now, we will go to the other end of the word Thibamesnal, try the letter I, and see if it will open like a wicket." With a certain degree of solemnity, Devon seized the letter. It opened, but Devon fell from the ladder, for the entire section of the bookcase, lying between the first and last letters of the words, turned on a pivot and disclosed the subterranean passage. Sherlock Holmes said coolly, "You are not hurt?" "No, no," said Devon as he rose to his feet. "Not hurt, only bewildered. I can't understand now. Those letters turn. The secret passage opens." "Certainly. Doesn't that agree exactly with the formula given by Sully? Turn one eye on the bee that shakes, the other I will lead to God." "But Louis XVI?" asked Devon. "Louis XVI was a clever locksmith. I have read a book he wrote about combination locks. It was a good idea on the part of the owner of Thibamesnal to show His Majesty a clever bit of mechanism. As an aid to his memory, the king wrote, March 4th, 11, that is to say, the 3rd, 4th, and 11th letters of the word. Exactly. I understand that. It explains how Lupin got out of the room, but it does not explain how he entered, and it is certain he came from the outside. Sherlock Holmes lit his lantern and stepped into the passage. Look, all the mechanism is exposed here, like the works of a clock, and the reverse side of the letters can be reached. Lupin worked the combination from this side. That is all. What proof is there of that? Proof? Why, look at that puddle of oil. Lupin foresaw that the wheels would require oiling. Did he know about the other entrance? As well as I know it, said Holmes. Follow me. Into that dark passage? Are you afraid? No, but are you sure you can find the way out? With my eyes closed. At first they descended 12 steps, then 12 more, and farther on 2 other flights of 12 steps each. Then they walked through a long passageway, the brick walls of which showed the marks of successive restorations, and in spots were dripping with water. The earth, also, was very damp. "We are passing under the pond," said Devon, somewhat nervously. At last they came to a stairway of 12 steps, followed by 3 others of 12 steps each, which they mounted with difficulty, and then found themselves in a small cavity cut in the rock. They could go no further. "The deuce!" muttered Holmes. "Nothing but bare walls. This is provoking." "Let us go back," said Devon. "I have seen enough to satisfy me." But the Englishman raised his eyes and uttered a sigh of relief. There he saw the same mechanism and the same word as before. He had merely to work the 3 letters. He did so, and a block of granite swung out of place. On the other side, this granite block formed the tombstone of Duke Rollo, and the word Thibomesnal was engraved on it in relief. Now they were in the little ruined chapel, and the detective said, "The other eye leads to God. That means to the chapel." "It is marvellous!" exclaimed Devon, amazed at the clairvoyance and vivacity of the Englishman. "Can it be possible that those few words were sufficient for you?" "Bah!" declared Holmes. "They weren't even necessary. In the chart in the book of the National Library, the drawing terminates at the left, as you know, in a circle, and at the right, as you do not know, in a cross. Now, that cross must refer to the chapel in which we now stand." Poor Devon could not believe his ears. It was all so new, so novel to him. He exclaimed, "It is incredible, miraculous, and yet of a childish simplicity. How is it that no one has ever solved the mystery? Because no one has ever united the essential elements, that is to say, the 2 books and the 2 sentences. No one but Arsène Lupin and myself. But Father Jealous and I knew all about those things, and likewise." Holmes smiled and said, "Monsieur Devon, everybody cannot solve riddles. I have been trying for 10 years to accomplish what you did in 10 minutes. Bah! I am used to it." They emerged from the chapel and found an automobile. "Ah, there's an auto waiting for us." "Yes, it is mine," said Devon. "Yours? You said your chauffeur hadn't returned." They approached the machine, and Monsieur Devon questioned the chauffeur. "Edouard, who gave you orders to come here?" "Why, it was Monsieur Valmont." "Monsieur Valmont? Did you meet him?" "Near the railway station, and he told me to come to the chapel." "To come to the chapel? What for?" "To wait for you, monsieur, and your friend." Devon and Holmes exchanged looks, and Monsieur Devon said, "He knew the mystery would be a simple one for you. It is a delicate compliment." A smile of satisfaction lighted up the detective's serious features for a moment. The compliment pleased him. He shook his head as he said, "A clever man. I knew that when I saw him." "Have you seen him?" "I met him a short time ago, on my way from the station." "And you knew it was Horace Valmont, I mean Arsène Lupin?" "That is right." "I wonder how it came." "No, but I supposed it was, from a certain ironic speech he made." "And you allowed him to escape?" "Of course I did. And yet I had everything on my side, such as 5 gendarmes who passed us." "Sacrebleu!" cried Devon. "You should have taken advantage of the opportunity." "Really, monsieur," said the Englishman haughtily, "when I encounter an adversary like Arsène Lupin, I do not take advantage of chance opportunities, I create them." But time pressed, and since Lupin had been so kind as to send the automobile, they resolved to profit by it. They seated themselves in the comfortable limousine. Edouard took his place at the wheel, and away they went toward the railway station. Suddenly, Devan's eyes fell upon a small package in one of the pockets of the carriage. "Ah, what is that? A package. Whose is it? Why, it is for you." "For me?" "Yes, it is addressed, Sherlock Holmes, from Arsène Lupin." The Englishman took the package, opened it, and found that it contained a watch. "Ah!" he exclaimed, with an angry gesture. "A watch," said Devon. "How did it get there?" The detective did not reply. "Oh, it is your watch. Arsène Lupin returns your watch. But, in order to return it, he must have taken it." "Ah, I see. He took your watch. That is a good one. Sherlock Holmes's watch stolen by Arsène Lupin. Mon Dieu, that is funny. Really. You must excuse me. I can't help it." He roared with laughter, unable to control himself, after which he said, in a tone of earnest conviction, "A clever man, indeed." The Englishman never moved a muscle. On the way to Dieppe, he never spoke a word, but fixed his gaze on the flying landscape. His silence was terrible, unfathomable, more violent than the wildest rage. At the railway station he spoke calmly, but in a voice that impressed one with the vast energy and will-power of that famous man. He said, "Yes, he is a clever man, but some day I shall have the pleasure of placing on his shoulder the hand I now offer to you, Monsieur Devon. And I believe that Arsène Lupin and Sherlock Holmes will meet again some day. Yes, the world is too small. We will meet. We must meet, and then—" The further startling and thrilling adventures of Arsène Lupin will be found in the book entitled Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Holmes,